Okay, but we'll talk about it. Okay, cool. You good?
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. This is the day 2 of our inquiry. My name is Mankese Tema again. I will be facilitating the program for today. As you can see, we are still so many in the hall. And maybe if we can agree like we did yesterday that if you are on the program, what we can cater for is for the person on the program and 2 supporting staff or 2 supporting members. The reason is we booked the accommodation based on the confirmations we received. And unfortunately, you came in numbers. For instance, from one institution, you find we have more than 5 people. So I humbly request before we start that we kindly understand the situation. The register is circulating. If colleagues can talk to each other and agree on which ones we can share the link with, based on the numbers that we are having, that will not definitely work for us. I'm not sure if colleagues understand what I'm saying. We booked for a specific number of people that can only accommodate the presenter or the person that is on the program and 2 supporting staff. And unfortunately, we have more than that. Let me, in the meantime, ask the chairperson if we can proceed or we wait to get an indication if people are balancing themselves to my request, and thereafter we can start with our program. Okay, thank you. Now that I see there's no movement, it means we will then have to follow what the program's telling me. Now we are about to get Cogstar by Dr. Malalatlhela to present represent the institution. And then let me check if you have your support staff for Cogstar, Dr. Malalatlhela, and okay, thank you. Then we will then have, how many support staff do you have, Dr. Malalatlhela? Only one, thank you. And then leaded, can I check if you are already here? By Mr. Ratumbo. Okay, and then DMRE advocate Madikele Dimuloto. Okay, and your two support staff. CEO of Mogalakwena, Mr. Greg Miller. And your support staff. Okay, how many? Or two support staff. And then CEO of Samanco, Mr. Desmond McManus, your support staff. The list will join by the link. Thank you. And again for Luala Mine. And then Bukoni Platinum. Can I get an indication if they are here already? They are not. The indication is those that we have on the program are here with the support staff, but I'm not sure then how.
For today, all of them today. Just read throughout the program. Others are for tomorrow, but they are here. We are concerned with the number. Ask how many. That question is very important so that we can know how many. For today, you didn't call him Kalakwen.
She did.
They're not here.
The ones that are not here,
Okay. Mama, you need to refresh because these other ones are here also. Mama, verify this one. It's one for another one is Monkey, read through before the word program. We are just reading we just reading the campaign and ask how many. These people are here. Because you can see that only few responded, but the room is still full.
that's what we say.
You need to read all of them.
The only ones that are not.
Exactly, you didn't talk about it. You didn't read it. Hey, we read all of them. Exactly is already in the room. They might be with other people. We don't have any problem for them to be in the room. We are concerned with the number of supporting staff. And when you read, for example, if you say Sepetan, Spate, where there was representation, how many supporting staff members? All of them were in the program. We need to know how many and Eh? Because we don't have any problem with them being in. The only challenge is that they must be in numbers that is contrary. Because if we don't mention day one, the day one must be the one filling the room with many numbers. Yeah.
Like the issue of numbers is still frustrating us. Can I check with University of Venda? You are here? And then how many are you? You are two. Okay. Can I check with University of Limpopo? You are two. Can I check with our complainants? Ntate Thwebejane, Ntate Dolo, Ntate Mtina, are you still here? Thank you. Our House of Traditional Leaders? They are not yet here. Let me check the Fetagomutubatsi municipality. Not here. Let me check the Mogalakwena local municipality. Not yet here. The Lephalale local municipality. How many? Two are still outside. Can I check Salga? Do we have representation from Salga? Coxter, we have two. Lidet, we have two. DMRE, you said you have three. And then Mogalakwena municipality, you said you have three. Okay. But you are three here? Yes, yes. No, for the purpose of this room, kindly be three. And then Samanko, you said you three in the room? Okay. Lola Mine also? Okay. Okay. Bukoni Platinum is not here. I didn't get an indication of them being here. Bukoni Platinum? Sefateng? Are you, how many are you? Okay, today it's one. Okay. Exaro? Can I get an indication of Exaro being here? No Exaro. Office of the Premier? How many? One. Okay. It means I must have about 14 people in the room. Those who confirm to be here. Excluding the Human Rights Commission staff. Please help me.
I think we can proceed, no? We can proceed. But there was certain that I have to let us just proceed with that.
Thank you very much. Allow me to call in Commissioner Sandra Makwasha to come open day 2 program for us so that we can start with our inquiry today, and kindly pardon us for all the troubles that we're going through. As Commissioner Sandra Makwasha.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is day 2 of the mining inquiry hosted by the Human Rights Commission. I note that there are people that are moving around in the venue. I just wanted to know if we have shared the link with the participants so that when they are excusing themselves from inside the venue, they then can participate and view what is happening outside. Ladies and gentlemen, we embark on the second day. Today we have a number of responses from relevant stakeholders, especially the mining company. We look forward towards that discussion. Once again, the discussion is centered around how mining companies and human rights interact, especially in respect of the violations of human rights in these mining communities. I then officially say welcome to day 2, and let's start with the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Makwasha, the chairperson of this inquiry. Kindly allow me to call in Dr. Malahlela Mjaji, the head of Department of Coxstar in the province, to come to the podium.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to the best of your knowledge and belief is true and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have any.
Do you consider the prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Program Director, and good morning to the Commissioner, our provincial head, and all colleagues in the room. Good morning. Good morning. As said, my name is Mujaji Malahlela. I'm representing the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements, and Traditional Affairs, and we'll be talking briefly on the role that we play in supporting municipalities and by implication communities in a number of areas, but specifically trying to talk to the issue around mining. It's a very brief presentation. I will talk to a bit on the introduction, legislative mandate, our role as Coxstar. I'm already on the presentation outline, and then to the go to the conclusion. As just part of introduction, in terms of Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution, we are enjoined as provincial government and together with national government to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities so that they can manage their own affairs, exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. So whatever we do is really centered around what Section 154 says in terms of our role as a department, where we focus on providing that necessary support, but also providing oversight and monitoring in terms of the various areas and responsibilities of municipalities as outlined in the Constitution. To this effect, as COGSTA, we are therefore charged with the responsibility of supporting and monitoring various activities in municipalities in relation to a whole number of development initiatives, including mining activities as just one of those activities that we are monitoring and also supporting municipalities. And in that way, obviously, taking into account that the needs of the communities are actually met. But we also, as a department, have got a responsibility to support and monitor the institution of traditional leadership to coordinate land development matters within municipalities' jurisdictional areas. So COGSTA, one of the areas that we are responsible for is to support and strengthen the institution of traditional leadership. So when we talk about mining activities or any other land development matters that occur within those areas of jurisdiction, we do have a role to play, but within the responsibility of COGSTA. We are also supporting municipalities to ensure that, among others, various planning and development activities are executed in line with the various planning prescripts. We also do participate in a number of fora that are established, and in relation to the subject matter in particular, it would be those fora where we participate in partnership with a number of stakeholders. But as it relates to land-related matters, the main partner from the other sister departments becomes the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, particularly as it relates to matters around dispute resolution, land use management, and acquisition of land tenure rights. Through the above processes, we then support various stakeholders in land development matters, and basically to ensure that whatever special planning initiatives are entered into do comply with the provisions of the Limpopo Special Development Framework and the Limpopo Development Plan. We then talk to the legislative and policy frameworks that then guide us in terms of our own responsibility as a department. One of the key legislation that then guides us when we talk to spatial planning and land use related matters is the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act number 16 of 2013, which is an act that guides overall spatial planning and land use management in the country. And our responsibility in this regard is to ensure that municipalities develop their spatial development frameworks, develop their land use management schemes, and they also do pass bylaws that then guide where development must take place to ensure compatibility primarily in relation to various land use uses. We are also directly responsible for administering Ordinance 7 of 1925, which is the ordinance that provides guidance in relation to exhumation and reinterment of graves. So here we are responsible for, as a department, for granting or denying approval for exhumation of graves in instances where a development is going to take place and there are graves that are involved. The relevant parties would then make an application to the department, will then be responsible for ensuring that there's compliance in terms of various stakeholder consultation and just ensuring that all the required prescripts are then followed to the latter. This is a direct responsibility of the department in terms of Ordinance 7 of 1925. We are also responsible for ensuring that we provide guidance to municipalities in terms of the special development frameworks, their land use schemes, to the extent that they should then be aligned to the provincial special development framework. But also lastly, one of our key responsibilities is also to support municipalities to ensure that they develop the necessary bylaws. that would then guide development in various areas, but also be used as an instrument to ensure that there is compliance in terms of what can happen or should not happen in different spaces at a particular point in time. Now, coming directly guided by the legislative and policy prescripts that I've outlined, now when we look at specifically in terms of the matter at hand and our role and how we then contribute either directly or indirectly in terms of the mining activities, whether it's in terms of the approvals, whether it is in terms of just the monitoring or the support, there are a number of areas that we then contribute to. In terms of the first one on the legal frameworks, as I've said, we have a responsibility to ensure that municipalities develop and review as and when necessary the various bylaws in line with applicable prescripts. We know that in a municipality, you would have a plethora of bylaws that are related to the number of functions that municipalities do provide. And in this instance, it would be in mainly bylaws that are then aligned to the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, as I have said earlier on. On institutional partnership, we participate in more on an advocacy basis, really, particularly between traditional authorities and mining institutions when there are applications, because applications are sent to us as a stakeholder to comment, and we then participate to encourage adherence and or compliance to various applicable prescripts. But our role is primarily that of an advocacy role, just to ensure that various stakeholders are consulted, particularly during the planning phase, and also as and when the need arise, we are also then required to be able to participate, even in instances where there's a dispute or there are just disagreements. When we are then made aware, we do participate in those areas. Dispute resolution mechanisms, quite often we are faced with a lot of disputes, either formal or informal ways. They are brought to our attention and we then facilitate those discussions. In a number of instances, such disputes would be related to land boundaries, issues around evictions, or just land acquisitions. We would then facilitate, particularly supported by the Department of Rural Development, Land Reform and Agriculture in particular, as the custodian, particularly of land in rural areas. So they are a key partner, particularly when we deal with issues around conflicts on land-related matters. The other key responsibility for us is on information management. We support municipalities to make sure that they have systems in place for land records, titling, valuation, spatial data, and monitoring of metrics like redistribution targets. And the reason this is an important function for us is also so that at any point in time in a municipality, it's very clear to show which land uses are happening where do we have rights in specific areas, so that there's compatibility, as I said, in terms of your land use rights, but also just to ensure that various economic activities in particular do not take place in areas where it then becomes an environmental hazard to communities. So that's why we then support municipalities to ensure that they do have those systems in place, and they can keep that spatial data that should then be used by municipalities when they make decisions, as and when applications are made to them for mining rights, in particular, or any other related development initiatives. We also have a responsibility to ensure that this capacity in local government to enforce bylaws, to implement their court rulings and cap illegal occupation of land. We do have that responsibility, and this is just one of those areas where there's still a bit of a challenge around just having sufficient numbers in both, I think, the local government and ourselves in particular, just particularly for the enforcement of bylaws. I think this is the one area where we also are aware that we are putting attention to try and have the necessary human body in particular for enforcement of bylaws and to implement whatever compliance requirements are there. On the spatial planning and land use management, we support municipalities, as I said, to develop and review their spatial development frameworks. And this is really to ensure that their land development objectives are in line with the provincial objectives, but also the economic imperatives as outlined, particularly in our own provincial development plan. We support and monitor municipalities as and when they develop their land use schemes, so that land uses are captured and are provided with the correct zoning, which would include your mining activities, and really to ensure that you do not have incompatible land uses next to each other. But we also conduct screening of submitted land use application in line with the Ordinance 7 of 1925 for exhumation, where mining activities are planned to be undertaken, and also just to ensure that those applications, they don't only comply with the Ordinance 7, but they also comply with the applications of the spatial planning and land use management and the land use scheme of that consenting municipality as and when we do those screening and our own comments as a department. We also support municipalities to make sure that their stakeholder consultation in relation to mining-related activities are adhered to accordingly. This is mainly done to ensure precautions in relation to your earmarked land uses and to ensure that when you have mining activities or any other development activity does not pose health or environmental hazards to nearby communities. We support municipalities also. We do encourage them that as soon as we get an application, one of the things that we do, as we do the analysis on the application, we will then engage municipalities to encourage them to make sure that the areas where the municipalities do investigate them thoroughly for the possibility of any sensitive areas. It could be your heritage sites, it could be your graves, or any other areas of concern, so that before an development application is approved by a municipality, all those issues are taken into account. And where there are such sites, particularly in relation to graves, the municipalities and the relevant parties must then make sure that they do get consent from directly and indirectly affected families in those instances. Where this resettlement is necessary, we also then guide municipalities to ensure that all the mandatory stages are undertaken accordingly, which would include, among others, your stakeholder engagement, and we will participate in such fora, preparation of resettlement site or sites depending on the number of households that would then be affected. In instances where there's a physical or removal of or relocation of those graves, in line with that ordinance, we'll make sure that there's compliance with what the law says, but also just to show that to ensure that if there are heritage sites or any other relevant activities, there's compliance in terms of what the act, various prescripts would then be prescribing. In conclusion, facilitator, I would just indicate that effective land governance does require coordination among stakeholders to guarantee secure tenure for all, efficient land use, but also social stability and equitable economic opportunities. And also based on the discussions from yesterday, I think one of the things that has become very clear is that though at a planning stage, a lot of plans are put in place, there is therefore a need for ongoing monitoring and evaluation during implementation, so that any other environmental issues that do come out during the implementation that we might not have foreseen during the planning are then dealt with. Because my analysis, as I was following yesterday, I was not in the room, but throughout the day, I was actually following on the discussion, particularly when the complainants were presenting, was that even if one was to take social and labor plans, we have the plans, but there are issues that then emerge during implementation, like when we talk about noise and so on. Obviously, during the environmental assessment, those would have been taken care of. But what has come out yesterday was that during implementation, there are other things that would then emerge. And I do think that one of the things that we then need to strengthen as Coxstar and other partners in particular is that ongoing monitoring and evaluation during the actual implementation, to make sure that whatever comes up during the implementation that was not necessarily foreseen at the beginning of the various initiatives. There are then measures immediately to then deal with them. Issues like noise pollution, the issues around the roads and so on that then get damaged during the process that might not have been anticipated earlier on. I do think that that is one of the gaps that one did pick up yesterday as I was following the discussions and the presentation. But also lastly, the need for us to then strengthen the relationship between municipalities and traditional authorities, particularly considering that traditional leaders do have the ownership in those spaces, but municipalities are custodians of land use management in terms of the spluma, and they do have a responsibility. So how we then strengthen that area and make sure that it is a continuous process is one area that would then have also to strengthen, to ensure that their ongoing engagements are just not once off, and that those workshops and land use management principles generally are entrenched and becomes a continuous discussion, so that whatever comes in during the implementation can then be speedily addressed, as opposed to the sense that one got as we were discussing yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mjaji Malahlela. Chairperson, kindly take over the...
Thank you so much. In terms of yesterday's protocol, it will continue in that particular manner. We'll start with the senior legal officer, the provincial manager, then myself. Then once we have asked those questions, then you'll be given an opportunity to answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Doctor, if you could, I see you're noting. I have a few questions. The first one, in yesterday's testimony, there was a submission relating to community trusts, alluding to the fact that these trusts are managed by traditional leaders. I want to know if Coxstar is privy to what happens to these trusts, the transparency of what goes in, what goes out. I also wanted to know, the mandate of Coxstar is clearly outlined as you presented. The aspect of giving guidance and direction to the municipalities and traditional leaders, I want to know Coxstar's position where this guidance and direction is not followed through. What does Coxstar then do if they give the direction which is ideal, but it's not carried through? Furthermore, there were submissions yesterday from one municipality, Lipalale, about the SLPs. It was clearly indicated that there are some projects as outlined in the SLPs for the mine, that is mining within the municipality's jurisdiction, that were for the past cycle, which ended in 2022. I want to know now on the role of Coxstar. When we are saying Coxstar is offering support, oversight and monitoring, are you aware of the non-implementation of some of those projects? What has Coxstar done in support and strengthening the municipality?
Thank you very much. I think the SLO have also covered some of my questions. I just want us to be more practical. You are saying that your department play a supporting role to the municipalities. I will just talk in relation to the mining communities. Do you really feel proud that when you look at what is happening in Mkhalakwena, Lipalale, Tabazimbi, Fitaho, Mutubaze,
do you feel that your department is really, really on top of the game in supporting the municipality? I just want, but I think it's in relation to what my colleague have asked. Is there any grant that mining companies give to the municipalities where they are mining? I'm not talking about the project like some confusing story that we get from Lepalale yesterday, where we cannot draw the line between between the IDP and the SLP. Do the mining companies have responsibility to give any grant to the municipality where they are mining? Is there any obligation from them to do that? Maybe other questions will come after that, but I just want to get clarity from those two.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think mine centers around the role that Coxter plays in respect of traditional leaders and the training that they provide them. Is there any training provided to traditional leaders in respect of their engagements with mining companies? I also heard that you have a responsibility in respect of zoning, which is central in respect of municipalities and would work efficiently. But in traditional communities, where the traditional leaders are the ones responsible for the zoning, what type of support is given in respect of that? Because we have heard complaints from members of the communities that mining activities happen as close as 10 meters away from residents and where people reside. And it impacts not only the residents, but it impacts their livestock as well as their right to environmental health. That is another aspect that we see and understand that there is a role that you play in respect of municipalities, but I seem to think that something is lacking in respect of traditional leaders, the type of training that they're receiving, the type of assistance that they are given, because then it creates a gap, or exists a gap between municipal authorities as well as traditional leaders, which results in a gap in the implementation and monitoring of SLPs. I think the senior legal officer has highlighted the issue, but on respect of the concerns that we have. But in respect of Ordinance 7 that you have spoken about rezoning and grave sites, research from the University of Limpopo, which highlighted the use of land and the aspect of spiritual connectivity and attachment to that land. How does Costa speak about that? Because when we're speaking about traditional communities, and I think we need to be, in the language that we use, it's not rural communities, these are traditional communities that have decided and consented to a particular type of ruling which has been recognized by the Constitution, that more needs to be done by Coxter in empowering the leaders, but also empowering the communities. And lastly, the role that Coxter plays in consultation processes, because you've highlighted that in respect of SLPs, what is the type of role that you play? And once you've played that role, do you go back and monitor whether your advice, your opinion has been taken into consideration by the relevant stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the first question on community trusts, Coxter is not involved in community trusts. In terms of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, the traditional councils must open an account, which is the one that we then monitor. And all the proceeds that go into that account, we monitor the usage and we can account for all the monies as long as they go through that process. Because part of the support that we also do is that we do have staff that we have appointed that then work in those traditional councils, and they monitor that part. But if a traditional community or a traditional council opens a separate account, community trust, in terms of the current legal framework, we do not have any specific role to play in that regard, and therefore we would not even know if there's money going in and out. But one process that is currently being embarked on together with National Treasury and Provincial Treasury is to look at the entire financial management in traditional authorities, because previously it wasn't very regulated in terms of the previous acts. That's why it was very difficult to know how much has gone into the account, how is it being used, and so on. It wasn't really very clear in law, but it's only in terms of the current act that it is now indicated clearly in terms of the accountability part. And the one process that we are currently as a country engaged in now is to look at the financial management processes to make sure that all the money that goes into a traditional council is then accounted for. So in instances where there would be a separate community trust account, we wouldn't know, as long as it's not the one that was opened through the normal processes, and our staff would have been involved in monitoring and being able to be accountable to that area. And I do agree that that is perhaps a gray area. On the issue around the mandate of the department, we do provide guidance in some and support. In some instances, the uptake is not that good. As you know how the Constitution says, 3 spheres of government, interdependent, interrelated. You provide support, you provide guidance. If the advices that we are giving are not taken, we would then use the various intergovernmental structures that we have to try and raise those issues so that they can be addressed. But there are instances where indeed you would find that you would have made all those steps, taken all these steps. And the last thing, which is as a province, we haven't really ventured into that space, would be the way we then have to, if for example is a decision that would then have to be reversed, it means you must then go to court and then ask for that for the municipality to reverse that decision. We have not gone further into that space as a province. We always try to make sure that we deal with those issues in terms of the provisions of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to try and avoid the courts and use the courts as a last resort. But there are a few instances where it indeed gets a bit frustrating when the advice is not taken. In terms of do we feel proud as a department that we are doing enough when we look at what is happening in a number of mining areas? No. We do think that where there are there are mining deposits, the environment should show. The communities should benefit. We do agree that there is more that needs to be done. And one of the discussions that we have been having, working very closely also with the Office of the Premier, is also...
I understand that you have admitted that you're not doing enough. You're not proud of what is happening. But when you went further to say, yes, there is a lot that needs to be done. By who?
I was coming to that part. That's the part that I was coming to now. What I was saying, that one of the initiatives where we are currently busy with the Office of the Premier, firstly is to really look at the issue around what goes into the SLPs. One of the challenges that we faced previously, but there's an improvement now, is that SLPs for the longest period of time was such a very close process between the mining towns and the DM, the Department of Mineral Resources and municipalities, that it was very difficult, even for us as provincial departments, to really crack that space and get in to understand what is in the SLPs. And that's why we would find that some of the projects, when you look at what is in the SLPs and the socio-economic benefit of it, it's not really what you should be getting. And that is the part that we have been dealing with. And also there's a very good improvement in terms of the relations between the provincial government and the provincial office on the Department of Minerals and Energy. They've been attending all the district sessions that the DG has been coordinating. And the intention really is to say, and I think it talks to the issue around, are mining companies obliged to give grants or to provide support? Firstly, one understands that if you are operating in a space, the communities in that space must benefit, firstly, by virtue of having those mineral deposits. But the extent to which they can benefit, to a very large extent, is dependent on what us as government, and when I say us, municipalities in particular, supported by other role players, then put forth as projects that have a good impact, socio-economic impact, rather than a crashing there or a borehole there and so on. And that has been the gap for quite some time in terms of the social labor plans. And because it was like a closed, guarded secret for a very long time, just in terms of what is in these SLPs, how do we then get to crack what is in, and how do we make sure that if you have an economic development strategy, for example, of a municipality, when you identify what must be in the social and labor plans, it should then be talking and contributing to the overall either social or economic development of that municipality in an impactful way, if one can put it that way. And that is the reason why I was saying that that is the work that we are working on very closely with the Office of the Premier in that regard. Then there was the issue around my colleague will talk to the Mr. Mhlala, the projects in the SLPs that were not implemented in the SLPs, Jale Phalale, what has been our role in that part. The issue on training of senior traditional leaders on mining, we have started a program. It's also led by the Office of the Premier. There's a partnership between the provincial government and the West School of Governance. We started it in the previous financial year, where we are running a series of trainings in relation particularly on economic development. And the reason was also among why we then opted for that approach was also to acknowledging that Limpopo is predominantly a rural area, and you need to have senior traditional leaders that play a more developmental role, and they are not able to do that unless we then start to engage in a whole lot of development programs. So there's a provincial program that we are currently running, and that process is led by the Office of the Premier. We, on the issues around the support we provide to traditional leaders when it comes to the
sorry to interject you. I just feel that you are leaving so many gaps from your inputs. Because if you just say this program is led by the Premier's office, we don't know what that program is and what the intention, the benefit. Because we are talking about the current processes here, the current challenges that our people are facing. And if we have a project that we are not aware how that project is going to resolve the challenges that our municipalities are facing, I don't know. We are in 30th of our democracy now. We can't be in the position just to say the Premier's office is intervening. The problem from Mapila municipality, Mokgalakwana municipality, more especially in relation to the people of Mapila, they've been suffering for many, many years. There cannot be any denial. Anyone who lives in this province knows. So if the Premier's office is still trying to, even yourself still trying to crack what is in the SLP of the mining companies, I mean, when there is crisis, I think that was supposed to be the first stop for the department. Check what these companies were supposed to do, and then you can assist the municipality, if it is the municipality, to hold them accountable. If it's your own, another department of the government, why are I don't feel that there's a effective engagement with the DMR where there are crises. The challenges that we are facing in this province is that when our people are raising issues, we don't work together. Instead, you'll find that COGTA will be doing its own things, trying to resolve the problem, DMR doing another thing, municipalities doing another thing. But we don't have I mean, we don't collaborate with each other at all. But project that that you are talking about now is my first time hearing about that. I didn't hear that when people of Mapila were crying day in and day out. I'm not hearing that project from the office of the premier when our people in Tubatsu municipality are suffering. People are mining at the doorstep, but no one is saying anything. And we are talking about this project from the premier's office. Can we let us show how the department, if the department have coordinated, and you are not even mentioning Salga, that was here yesterday. So how are we working as a province? And I really don't feel that we will really resolve these challenges if we don't take any action and then we talk about the office of the premier. To me, the office of the premier, together with the relevant department, office of the premier was supposed to take a lead when our people are crying, when our people are being abused, their rights being violated. The office of the premier was supposed to be the one to stand up first. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe let me clarify something. I was responding to the question that Commissioner raised, said, are we training senior traditional leaders? And I said, yes. There's a program of training senior traditional leaders, which is led by the Office of the Premier, which is a partnership between the office, obviously we are a beneficiary to that, and the West School of Government. That's why I was talking about the Office of the Premier, because I was responding to a specific question that says, are we training senior traditional leaders? And I said, yes, there's a program that we have as a province of training senior traditional leaders on, among others, there's a number of areas that we are training them on. But one of the areas is on matters of economic development. And the reason we have that program is primarily because as a predominantly rural province, a majority of it being rural areas, unless you have senior traditional leaders or traditional leaders broadly that are able to drive a development agenda, then we would have challenges. That's the reason why I brought it a provincial head, the issue, because I was responding specifically to the training issue. Then the second one was on the one that I was going to, was the question around the instances where, and it was mentioned where you'd have that there's a mining not far from the where communities are settling. What we are doing, we do have surveyors in the department. When traditional leaders request support, they do come to us for subdivisions and zonings, and we go there and we support them. Perhaps the gap, as one is now listening, it could be that we are more reliant on when they say we have a project and we want you to come and do subdivisions. We can provide, indicate this senior traditional leader would write to us and say, we have a piece of land, we want you to come and help us to subdivide because we want to settle people and so on. We do have that because we have in-house surveyors. One area that we then take in from this session is then to go and look at proactively, because we are more reactive as and when they come to us. We go to the actual subdivisions. But just on advocacy role, we do have a lot of sessions as a department, our planners, where they have sessions, we do have sessions with senior traditional leaders just on land development matters. But as these issues have been raised now, it also means that it will be part of the areas that will then take forward in terms of just from a more proactive part as well, in terms of just those subdivisions, because we've been more reliant on when they request us to come and help them with the subdivisions, which we then do. The issue around the special connectivity or connection to the land, when there's graves and they are to be moved, I think it's a difficult one, Commissioner, in this sense, because if we do have an application and we engage the senior traditional leaders, and in those sessions, there's no indication that then says we are not comfortable with this mining area, because we would have said in this area indeed there are graves, it means you'd have to exhume and so on, or there are resettlements. If there are no issues, objections raised in that regard, for us then we can't say you can't do it because there's special connectivity. But maybe perhaps the gap has been, and one of the, yesterday I can't recall who raised it from one of the complainants, that it could be that maybe because the interactions would be more with senior traditional leaders and not the broader community. So that would be the gap, and that would be the area that would then have to be looked at. Because in terms of the current processes, the understanding has always been that because we have a senior traditional leader and a traditional council, because they don't work alone. The senior traditional leader works with a traditional council, and the traditional councils would be your headmen and members of a few members of the community. The understanding is that when they get to engage in that sort of application, they then carry the aspiration and the inputs of the community at large. And then it could mean that listening to what was said yesterday, and also the findings from the research by University of Limpopo, it could mean that perhaps when that part is what we think has happened, it has not happened in terms of the broader community being involved and making inputs, so that when the traditional council does make an input, it is then they would then have made those inputs as community members.
Yeah, on the same token, I don't believe that your input is genuine. The issue of traditional leaders carrying the aspiration of the people, I understand. You in a normal situation, we can say yes, it's correct. But we have the community members who will go from office to office here in Limpopo, raising the issues of their graves being removed, and reporting those issues to everyone will know. I will give example of Mapila. They even went to the office of the Premier. I think the office of the Premier is aware that whatever that the traditional leader, senior traditional leader have submitted, is not the aspiration of the people of Mapila. We have graves that have been removed by the mine there. And those people have been complaining. How do we then, if we receive a report from the traditional leader, assume that this report represents the aspiration of the people? I mean, when there is a complaint that has been lodged by the people. So I believe that you were supposed to reflect on that, because when you are saying, you assume that if you receive a report from a senior traditional leader, you assume that the report represents the aspiration of the people. That cannot be correct if you have a formal complaint or you have received a complaint from the people. I can't receive a complaint from the people and still think that what I have received maybe from a formal structure still represent the aspiration of the people. I have to be honest and say, in other areas that is not correct. And we want you to reflect on those areas and what you have done, because now you know, if you know that, okay, you have received the report from the senior traditional leader, but there are crises here. There are people who have lodged grievances and they are being ignored, and the mine will continue mining and remove those graves. 10 years then down the line will be said, they will be asked, where were your graves? They will never know, because the landscape has been removed, everything has changed.
Thank you very much. Maybe I need to slow down as I speak. I think what I said, I acknowledge that provincial head. I said the assumption, and isn't that once you say an assumption, it means that then there's another reality that is emerging, is that has always been that, because when an application goes, you have the senior traditional leader and the traditional council. That would then, and the traditional council it consists of people, you'd have your headmen and your other community members that are part of that council. And that's why I use the word assumption. That the understanding, and from an institutional management point of view, was that, and which has been proven, and I do agree 100%, based even listening yesterday, that in some instances, that assumption is not the correct assumptions, which means that the improvement that is now needed is that in terms of the entire stakeholder consultation process, before you even come to the point where you get the final decision of the traditional council, because I also don't want us to to look at a senior traditional leader as an individual because he works with the council. So that collective responsibility, because in terms of the act, they have a certain responsibility that then we then have to, as a COGSTA in particular, have to put in place checks and balances that ensures that before the matter is then, there's a final decision at a traditional council level. There's evidence that this community has actually been consulted before you get to that point. And that's why I use the word assumption, because then what is coming very clear is that it has not been done like that in all areas. Because in some areas you don't have challenges, which means that the traditional council would then have consulted and the communities would be aware that there's going to be a project, not only mining, quite a number of projects that where we have to deal with issues of exhumation of graves, and they have to relocate grave sites. Where there's been consultation, we never have comebacks, but it does mean that it is not consistent in all the areas, and we've noted it as one gray area for in terms of areas that we then need to improve on as COGSTA, but also because we also work closely with the House of Traditional Leaders as well. We will then have to make sure that going forward we improve on that. The other issue was on the, I think my colleague will talk to the SLPs, our role and what we have been finding, unless if there's something that I would have forgotten.
Just before he comes in, unfortunately, because we've only sawn you in, you will have to just make that presentation. But before he comes in, I just want to, there's this one comment, and it's been a theme yesterday and today. And my question is, has there been an interdepartmental failure to hold mining companies accountable for human rights violations in the communities that they operate in?
If you can kindly repeat the question.
Has there been an interdepartmental failure to hold mining companies accountable for human rights violations? And in that, has there also been a failure by these departments, so an interdepartmental failure again, to monitor mining companies in these communities that they operate in? Because once you monitor, you'd be able to work and we've seen this theme yesterday and we've seen it today with your answers and your presentation. Can you just comment on that?
Thanks. In view of what has been said yesterday and today, yes, I do agree that there has been that failure.
You can go in and have that, just give us that update in respect of SLPs.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you very much. In terms of the SLPs, we have not. I was just checking with my colleague just on this, particularly on those specific Lephalale one. We are not aware of those projects that have not been implemented, and it links with the last question that you asked, Commissioner, around our failure to monitor and hold those responsible accountable, and we do acknowledge that failure on our part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to look to you.
Maybe just the last one. I think I'm happy with the admission that there is a failure, and this is not only to your department. let us admit, all of us, that we have failed our community. And the fact that you have admitted, it means that we will need to do something. That is what, the moment you acknowledge that here I was not doing enough, we believe that going forward we'll sit together, see how we can really protect our community members. So I'm happy that this is an indication that we can still work together, improve the situation. Where we fail, let us acknowledge and say, and sit down and plan going forward. So I think from my side, Chair, I think I'm fine.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, if you have any remarks that you'd like to state before you off the podium, but if you don't have any additional remarks in respect of the engagement that we have, then you're duly excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Dr. Malatlela from Coxter. May I kindly request you all to sign in the register for those who did not sign? And Chairperson, if you can indicate to me if I can then call in Mr. Emra Tumbu, the head of department from the Limpopo Economic Development. Oh, thank you very much. May I kindly check from the House of Traditional Leaders, do we have Hosingobe here? Hosingobe is not here, but we have Hosi from the traditional. May I kindly check if you'll be able to give presentation after Lydia Bunda visit? May I check, Sis Irene, are you here? No. Okay, I'll check it outside. Oh, thank you very much. May I kindly request Mr. Emra Tumbu from Leadet to come to the podium. We have the remote control here of some kind. If you are using the presentation, please use this one to make sure you follow your slides properly. Chairperson.
Good morning, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
None whatsoever.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
It is binding.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God. Greetings to the provincial head of the Human Rights Commission, all the commissioners, heads of departments, heads of institutions who are present here, and everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matozera Tumbu. I'm the head of department for economic development, environment, and tourism in Limpopo. I was hoping that my presentation will be projected. Yes. This presentation intends to respond to the correspondence that we received from the Human Rights Commission in terms of LIDET role in mining in the province. It also touches on the significance of mining in Limpopo in terms of its contribution to the economy and the role of government, LIDET government in general, as well as partnership with national governments. We had responded to say that in terms of the legislation, LIDET does not play any role in terms of the issuance of EIAs, in terms of issuance of licensing for prospection as well as mining. This is the sole mandate of DMRE. However, when they exercise that, they consult LIDET before the issuance, because LIDET manages protected areas in the province, and the NEMA section 48 does not prohibit or prohibit mining in the protected areas, and therefore during that stage we will then respond if such an application was within the protected area, and that then guide the processes by DMRE thereafter. And I want to indicate that our role in mining is guided by the fact that mining is one of the major economic activity in the province. Mining itself constitutes 23% of our gross value addition, and on average 25% in the last 10 years. It employs on average 119,000 people. And we have got mining almost everywhere in all 5 districts in the province. And as a sector of the 9 sector, mining is very, very important, and it contributes to our mandate of LIDET of a competitive economy within a sustainable environment. This is just an illustration of how much mining contribute. As I've already indicated, is the largest contributor in terms of the regional gross domestic product at 23%. If you look at year-on-year comparison, mining employs 119,000 people, which is a large chunk if you look at the total overall employment in Limpopo, which is 1.3 million. So therefore it is very, very important, given the mandate we have around economic development, environment management, and industrialization, to get involved in terms of mining, and as well as making sure that we form necessary partnership with the mining sector, with the municipalities, with the communities, to ensure that where mining is taking place, there is a transformation of the economy, and there is benefits that accrue to communities, be in terms of employment, be in terms of entrepreneurship and enterprise development. Now, coming back to the specific role that LIDET plays in mining, in particular mining community, is that when the district development model was launched in Limpopo, in Waterberg, by the president 4 years ago, there was an understanding from the mining sector that individual contributions in terms of mining SLPs to communities, they are not large scale, and therefore there is a need to pool the resources together so that the largesse of that funding should be able to do larger impactful developmental project. That's when mining houses agreed that they will contribute to a CSIR institutions called Impact Catalyst, where there will be the pooling of resources to do higher impact projects in mining communities. But that does not necessarily say that the traditional understanding of how the SLP functions will be eroded, but just to say that if there are some more funding, it is pulled together so that we deal with bigger projects. And to that extent, the Impact Catalyst has recorded a number of projects which they are involved in, from conceptualization and project management as a result of the contribution of mining companies towards skills development, towards enterprise development, towards entrepreneurship. And the provincial government has got a partnership with this Impact Catalyst so that we oversee their work and support it, because we know it will benefit the community. So LIDET, having this mandate of economic development, play a significant role in terms of identification of development nodes, industrial nodes that the largesse of funding from Impact Catalyst will be used on. Secondly, the Premier of Limpopo inaugurated the government mining task team during the height of COVID, wherein all provincial MECs, including LIDET, are part of, which draws members of Mineral Council, in particular, all the mining houses in Limpopo. During that time, it was to contribute to the effort against the COVID-19 pandemic, but it then morphed into other developmental and industrial areas. But it is used as a monitoring tool to see the activities of mining in communities. LIDET is the secretariat of that, and it is the center of that effort. The other bigger part is that I think it was, that question was being asked, I think, to HOD Malahlela earlier, about the issues of social facilitation, as well as social cohesion in mining communities. As we know that mining communities are usually troubled by a lot of conflicts as a result of mining activities. The provincial government has got a government facilitated task team that assists in social dialogue and social and conflict resolution in mining areas. Our department, LIDET, is the coordinator of that, and then within it we have got COXTA, we've got DMRE, we've got Department of Rural Development, as well as host communities. And later on I will be able to indicate some areas of success and some areas which we are still working on in terms of that role. We continue to receive feedback from communities who will want government to be involved in terms of resolving conflict between mines and host communities, challenges regarding the community trust or community companies, wherein there is conflict, we do get involved. And some of the success stories is that after 2 years, up to the end of last year, 2023, we managed to resolve an impasse in Khatlu village in Hamatlala, where Waterberg JV Mining, a conglomerate company which comprised of shareholders from Canada and South Africa, wanted to mine platinum in that area. Investment 9.3 billion. The host communities had challenges in terms of the surface rights. We managed to make sure that there is an agreement. The community managed to get their grazing land back, and now they are discussing the benefit statement. So we view it as a success, the fact that there was an impasse and now there is going to be mining. Similarly, we had resolved conflict at Nuet Gedacht Community versus Continental Resources in 2023, Venetia Mine and the host communities in that area of Musina and the contiguous. Some that we are still resolving, mediation between Anglo Platinum and the Amashashani Development Forum, Vapala Borwa Community Forum, and the concerned groups. The way this matter comes about is that the communities will write to LEADER, they will write to the Office of the Premier, and through the government task team, we deal with these matters at a technical level. I am the coordinator, and at a political level, the MEC, then the Premier. So some of the observations we have made as a result of our conflict resolution participation is that what gave rise to this conflict usually had to do with not following up on the social labor plan commitments, especially in terms of jobs as well as issues of entrepreneurship. We have also realized that there are also issues of illegal mining. Of course, it's not only the competency of LEADER, it is through enforcement agencies that includes SAPS, the intelligent community. And I think as we speak, there are large operations that are taking place in Sikukuni area as a result of the proliferation of illegal mining in that part of the world. And another source of this conflict is the inefficiencies in the management of community trusts. You do find that some members, inclusive of chairpersons of this trust, when their term of office come to an end, they don't want to leave their positions. Sometimes you will find that there is allegation that the funds have been they have not been spent according to the plans. So we do get involved to resolve such. One of the observations that we are also making is that as a government, we do realize that despite this contribution of mining as the largest contributor as a sector to our economy, there is a need for diversification of the economy. From the point of view of our mandate is that LEADER oversees the development of economic nodes. And given that we play a significant role in terms of mineral beneficiation, we have got a special economic zone in Musina called the Musina Makato Special Economic Zone to develop an industrial zone spanning two sites, 8,000 hectares as well as 3,000 hectares for light industry, as well as the beneficiation of minerals, in particular the production of grey steel and stainless steel and pig iron. And Fitaho Mutubaze, which will be the center of the beneficiation of platinum group metals into batteries, into the catalysts for the engines and exhaust and stuff like that. So the provincial government has set aside funding. And the reason why we have got this beneficiation is that we are trying to diversify so that there is not dependent on mining as a primary resource. and we do not want to find ourselves as ghost towns at the end of the mining period. We certainly want to move to the secondary and the tertiary economy as a result of the mining that is below the belly of the earth. There are also efforts of partnership between mining and other industries and government in terms of the provision of energy, in particular the diversification into photovoltaic and solar energy farms. There are large-scale projects that are in planning to implementation. And this, we do believe that they'll play a key role in terms of the support for energy in the mining sector as well as the host communities. So that was through our observation. And we have got these recommendations as a result of our involvement in the task team that, of course, there has to be a continuous support for mining communities so that they understand what is in their 5-year social labor plans. Where there is some skills gap, we try and train communities in terms of the skills around entrepreneurship. And we also try and to dissuade mining companies from not using illegitimate structures of communities so that we do not fuel the conflicts that are in the mining sector. Overall, I do believe that the collaborative partnership between the provincial government, led by LIDED in terms of mining, the DMRE, Mineral Council and its constituencies, which is mining companies, as well as the host communities through traditional councils and municipalities. We have got a role now and in future to make sure that there is harmony, that the resources that are extracted in the communities benefit the local communities and benefit the local and provincial economy. And certainly where there are hotspots, we move fast to try and bring the communities together through social facilitation and ensure that the benefit statement is such that each one benefits. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. You can take over.
Thank you. In terms of the same protocol, this senior legal officer will ask his set of questions, followed by the provincial manager, then lastly by myself. Then you'll be given an opportunity to answer those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Atumbu, I'm a bit conflicted in this manner. There was a notice that we sent to LIDED. It then outlined what we were kindly requesting from LIDED. You recall we got correspondence from LIDED, and in summary, LIDED had indicated that what we are requesting, which is in the interest of the Human Rights Commission, falls within the ambit of DMRE. But then we come here today, you have a full presentation outlining what we wanted to know. Because my questions, which I had for LIDED in automatically when I got the last correspondence, you gave that in your presentation. I'm conflicted with that, and I would like your response as to why this was not adduced to the Commission when we requested it. The impression given was that LIDED doesn't really have, it's DMRE that deals with these aspects. But in your presentation, we can hear you talking about your mandate relating to economic development, which ties in with the SLPs fully. There's a mandate also that deals with the environment. There have been evidence before the inquiry on challenges relating to or complaints relating to the effect of mining activities on the environment. I was hoping that you speak on that, on the role of LIDET, since it's part of the mandate as well. So in your inputs or response, what is it that, try to cover what is it that LIDET is doing in the take of the complaints that have been presented before that touch base on the environment.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues. I must be honest, I'm a bit confused. I've engaged with the DG on the issue of Office of the Premier coming to make a presentation. And I was adamant that he must come in person. And he just sent a representative who is here with us. The Office of the Premier is represented here. But they will make their presentation tomorrow, of which we appreciate. But this is what had been related, what the DG shared with us, is that the Office of the Premier does not have any unit that deals with the rights of mining communities or that attend to those. And I also indicated to him that we have worked with them. I don't know whether it was formally or, but we have worked with the Office of the Premier before, trying to resolve the mining challenges. But here is the issue. LIDET response indicated to us that you are not responsible for that. And the Office of the Premier does not have a unit that deals specifically with the challenges that are challenges facing the mining communities. Then the biggest challenge that one might have is that, but I think it provides an answer as to why we are having crisis in the province. I think colleagues have listened to the presentation from Coxter, of which we agree. At least there is an acknowledgement that there is a problem. But the department that has been allegedly entrusted to deal with that also distanced itself from the issues. But I'm happy that you have indicated that there is a task team. You indicated at the technical level, it's yourself who's facilitating. Who are the representatives from this particular task team? You have indicated that you have intervened in one of the issues at Hamatlala, and where there were conflict or disputes. But here we are. I think I'm aware that we have mining communities who have lodged a complaint to your department. I'll say Mapila, from Mapila. If you are dealing with the environment, the issues that our people are facing, that I feel that you didn't touch in details. We have issue of pollution, water pollution. We have issues of air pollution, noise pollution, so many issues that are related to environment. But you have never, I'm not sure if you have ever received a complaint from those communities. I'm talking about Mapila and Beggarsford. So we have people who are really, really inhaling dust every day from the mining communities. And I think from from our representative from Mapila. In fact, the presentation from Mr. Dolo yesterday covers the issues in details, but we have additional issues. In addition to what you have said, we have individual complaints that we have received from Mapila. People from Skimming and Leruleng, very close to the mine. They've been complaining about the noise, the dust, and the water pollution from the mine. So does that mean that Lidet is not aware of these challenges and they've never received any complaint from the community members regarding these challenges? So maybe we should get an indication if, just to clarify, if you have received those complaints and what have you done about them? And the one that you are saying that you have resolved them, to me, they are not the highlights of the provincial challenges in mining communities. Because to me, if you talk about the challenges or the violation of rights, of human rights in the province, in mining communities, if you don't mention Mapila in the Limpopo province, you have not dealt with anything. If you don't mention the Beggarsford area, you have not dealt with anything. So I'm just surprised that in your highlight, you mentioned those communities that we don't even know. They've not lodged complaint to any other institution. But those who are frustrated, who are moving from door to door, from department to department with no help, you have not mentioned them. Is it because you are not aware of them? Or I just want to understand the position of the department regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My questions are pretty sufficient.
Can you, when you give us the task team members, can you give us details? Are they there as a department or are there individuals and who they are representing? So that we can also, from today, we'll know that we have a task team that deals with the challenges in the mining areas in Limpopo.
Mine are a bit lengthy, so it's just going to be. The first one is your comment in respect of the representative from Coxter who mentioned that there has been a failure by interdepartmental failure to hold mining companies accountable for human rights violations. In your presentation, there was no mention of human rights violations. You seem to have, primarily speak about economic development. And I want to understand what Lidet is doing in the balancing exercise of economic development vis-a-vis human rights violations, which community members spoke about. In your presentation, you speak about the fact that DMRE is guided by Lidet's input in respect of issuing license. Can you just speak about what type of guide is provided and expand on that? What constitutes a protected area as per your presentation as defined by Lidet? Is this in terms of legislation or is this a policy document developed by Lidet? Does Lidet interrogate the SLPs in respect of human rights violations? SLPs, we understand, speak about the social labor plans, but in respect of social, there's also an underlying aspect of human rights violations. We've had presentations from members of the community who speak about those violations, and it seems like you have not answered in that respect and the role that Lidet plays. You spoke about your role in a mediation aspect where grazing land was given back to the community. And my question is, yes, the grazing land has been given back to the community, but is that land still fit for purpose? Is it fit for grazing? A presentation was given by 2 community members yesterday who said that grazing land has been contaminated by mining activities to a point where their livestock is dying. You then mentioned a government task team, which comprises of yourself, the MEC, and the Premier. And my question is, do you think that this task team is sufficient enough to handle the issues that we are facing in Limpopo regarding mining activities and mining communities. You spoke about mismanagement of community trust, and it's important to highlight that community trusts are not only managed by senior traditional leaders, but also communal property associations. When you highlight to the fact that there has not been sufficient accountability or mismanagement thereof, what is the role of LIDET in ensuring community trusts are properly managed? Are you offering training? This is something that Salga has spoken about and Coxter has spoken about, that training is provided to municipal office officials and certain traditional leaders, but it seems like it's done at the request of traditional leaders and the municipality. Does that mean that government departments are not proactive, but rather are reactive to mining community issues, therefore resulting in these human rights violations and concerns? I'm worried that in your presentation you made mention of illegitimate community protests. I want to understand what is illegitimate about community protests where community members are saying we have not been heard, we are not part of the public participation, and these mining companies, are they stripping not only the land of its value, but are stripping us of our human dignity? I also want an example of a successful training program with communities. You sort of highlighted that you've participated in training communities about mining activities and how they can play a central role in that. I want an example from LIDET. I think there's another one. I'm just gonna. Okay. In the interim, you can just answer those questions and we'll come back to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson and the panel members. Let me attempt to respond to the questions that you are raising. In terms of the facilitated task team to deal with mining issues, I have indicated that it is LIDET, which is our department, as a coordinator. And then we have got Coxter, we have got DMRE, we have got Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as host municipalities as the constituents departments for that. What guide LIDET? What kind of guidance does DMRE get LIDET, and where does it derive mandate from? Before the issuance of mining licenses for prospecting and otherwise, DMRE has got the responsibility, of course, to engage departments such as LIDET. And then as a result of our mandate in terms of the protected area, through the legislation, the National Environment Management Act for protected area, we then respond whether any mining activity that is envisaged is within that area. If it is, then we'll respond and it will not proceed because it's not permitted. But the legislation itself is the National Environmental Management Act for protected area. That's what governs how we define the protected area in the province. I stand to be corrected, but I did not say illegitimate protest. I was referring to the illegitimate community structures that mining companies sometimes deals with them, perhaps as a result of pressure from such that we try to make sure that we normalize situations so that we only deal with appointed and legitimate structures. On whether we have ever done any training to community forums which has been successful, yes, we have, with the Bapalaburwa Community Forum, where there is Palaburwa Mining Company, as well as Fosco. We certainly have done some training. And we are also assisting in establishing community structures in places in Fitahomu towards the municipality. And other areas where we have been supporting the community structure, Mapela Traditional Authority, obviously in addition to Palaburwa, and now in Fitahomu towards. Dealing with the issue of a confusion from Advocate Muneiba Dantwana, when we received the correspondence to appear before the commission, our understanding was as per the legislative mandate. Hence, our correspondence was that per the legislative mandate, the competent department is DMRE. And I then outlined ways in which we get involved as a result of mineral exploration rights and the issues of protected areas. So this what I presented, Advocate Badantwana, is a derived mandate as a result of our mandate for economic development, industrialization, and environmental management. That was not to say that we are not involved in mining issues as such. I was referring to the issue of a legislative mandate. So if I have caused such a confusion, I do apologize. Okay. Whether the government mining task team is successful in terms of its role in the mining sector. It was created in the fall of 2020. It does not meet regularly. And I think that it still has teething challenges because after COVID-19, it became a little bit difficult to reconvene the meetings. And it is an area in which we are saying as an intervention to the 7th administration that we should revive that because the issues of mining continues. On the issue of our role in terms of the issuance of EIA and enforcement, the DMRE has got the sole mandate, and that mandate was transferred in 2014. However, when there is pollution and violation in terms of the environment, it is reported to LIDET. Government has got a very good referral structure that even when a complaint comes from the host community and it doesn't fall within the mandate of that department, there is a good referral structure. If it is the issues of pollution and environment, we will refer it to DMRE. If it is an issues around water, the Departmental of Water Affairs. So that referral works very well in terms of government. I am not so sure if the issue of the land, which we said was received back by the community of Hatlo as a result of our mediation. Yes, the land is still arable. It still can be used for grazing because we came at the right time before the mining itself, when it was still the time of mining development. So it doesn't need to be rehabilitated. Thank you.
I think perhaps before I give it to the provincial manager and the senior legal officer, you've not answered the senior legal officer's question about the correspondence that he received from your office regarding your response to the invite. Please, when you answer the second time, please deal with that. Then I'm going to ask if the senior legal officer has any questions. Okay, just for more clarity. And then I have a question. It's not a question, it's just clarity aspect, because I'm looking at your presentation and I'm looking at slide number 11, and it says, and it's part of your recommendations intervention, it says, dealing with illegitimate community protests and the procurement mafia in an effective manner. And I spoke about it and I said in my question, how do you identify illegitimate community protests when community members are saying that what we really want is an opportunity to engage with the mining companies that are violating our human rights? The provincial manager is going to then stay his state of asking questions. He will then, once you've answered, then maybe he will have follow-up questions from that. Thank you.
Should I respond? Thank you very much, Commissioner. The referral to slide 11 is correct. Maybe the way in which we have put it could have a different meaning. We were talking about the splinter groups of community structures, of community forums, that because in some cases they will not want to get out of office when their term of office has expired, then they will use this protest to try to unseat the new ones or to make demands to mining. So maybe it is the way in which we have put it in the slide. We can correct that.
Okay, that's fine. I think the provincial manager is going to have engaged you on that aspect. Also, I asked a question earlier on and I just remembered now. Your comment in respect of what the representative of Coxter said in respect of the failure by this is a constitutional mandate that there must be an interdepartmental interaction in our constitutional development and protecting the Constitution. What is your answer? Has there been an interdepartmental failure in the province to monitor and hold mining companies accountable for human rights violations? PM?
Yeah, I was a bit reluctant to ask again because I'm not sure if I heard you properly that this committee you're talking about, the last time you met, it was 2020. Is that what you said? When last did you meet as a committee? Task team that you referred to. When last did this task team meet?
Okay, maybe let me make a distinction.
Okay.
Earlier on, I referred to the government mining task team that is convened by the Premier. And I said that it came about as a result of mining effort for COVID-19 and it was expanded. Then I talked about the government facilitated task team to deal with social cohesion in mining, as well as deal with the mediation. So that is the one I think you are referring to.
No. Here we are talking about the rights of our communities, in the rights of the violation of human rights in the mining communities. Does the department have any role? We wanted to know your role in terms of protecting the rights of our people, right to environment, to health environment, in terms of Section 24. What is that? What is your role? Because I'm talking about the areas, but Wamapila, they are crying about dust every day, air pollution. We're talking about water pollution. Where we are not just touching here and there. Do you have any strategy to deal with those environmental rights as the department?
Thank you very much, panel member. Chairperson, can I please request a member from my department with expertise in that area who is seated here to respond to that?
I'm going to allow her to testify, but I'm going to have to swear her in so that it is part of the record.
Is Mr. Nkosi just behind me? Mr. Mafunkosi is the director for environment.
Can we just swap seating positions so that it's... Podium. Mr. Nkosi, are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
It's an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to the best of your knowledge and belief is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Duly sworn in. You may then give that testimony.
Should I sit down or stay there? Okay. Thank you very much, commissioners. My name is Mafunkosi from the department. So I'll try to respond on the issue related to the mining itself, particularly in respect to the activities of environmental authorization. Maybe it would be fair for me just to give a background of where we are and where we're coming from. I think the HOD has alluded that since 2014, there was one environmental system established. The one environmental system management system was referring to an agreement made by the Department of Minerals and Energy by then, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism by then, and Water Affairs in relation to the mining applications. Remember, prior 2014, the EIA application were issued by the Department of Environmental Affairs, provincially and nationally. But the mining license were issued by DMR. So since the 8th of December 2014, the function was combined as even today. What does it mean? It means that now the application for mining together with the EIA within the mining area is the competence of the Department of Minerals and Energy. However, the department here is only issuing the comments to that. What does it imply? It implies that when you come to the issuance of the license, is done by DMR. And at the same time, the amendments of the Act give inspectors to carry out compliance within the mining area itself. So the department does not have a direct role in terms of the activities within the jurisdiction of the mining. So furthermore, it says now, all the activities, the associated activities of the mining is the competence of the DMRE. So in this case, let's say there is the water pollution. Obviously, the MPR indicates what must be undertaken. However, as administrators, we normally we had the enabling statute. So in terms of water pollution, the water pollution is still the custodian of the water affairs, because they are issuing the water license for that. In the same respect, with happen to the air quality, because the air quality is the function of the province as well as the municipalities. In this case, the district. Referring to Skukune per se, the function of the air quality has been taken from the province by the Skukune district municipalities. So they are the issuance of the atmospheric emission license. So the competency is with the district in terms of the air quality. So the province in this case is only focusing on the air quality in the province, only in Vembe. The other districts, they have taken the function from the department. So the function is sitting with the respective district, with the exception of Vembe. So what does it mean? Furthermore, that now, despite the fact that now the issuance has been done by the DMRE, but the appeal authority of the mining application is the Minister of Environmental Affairs. In this case, it's the DFFE, not even the province. So if any appeal are now transferred to the minister to handle the appeals. So, but now in terms of the inspection issues, the inspection, there are green scorpions, which are sitting with the water affairs. There are inspectors of environment, sitting with environment. There are inspectors sitting with DMRE, purely focusing on those applications within their area of jurisdiction. Thank you.
I think I'm going to ask my senior legal officer if he has any questions based on your presentation, then the provincial manager, then myself. Any questions?
I just want to get Lidette's position on this aspect again. I know the question was asked earlier on, but the answer didn't come out clearly. When we are talking about mines SLPs, in light of Lidette's economic development role, does Lidette look at SLPs as a mechanism that can be linked with economic development?
Thank you. You'll just forgive me. I feel like our people are out, they are on their own with no protection from the government at all. I must be honest, I really need clarity on this. In terms of the constitution, our people have the right to health environment. We have the mining companies who are mining in our areas, violating this particular right. Then Limpopo government chopped everything, give this one to this one, but we have the department here that is not responsible for that, for protection of that particular right. That right had been given to the municipality. In Waterberg, you are saying that they have that responsibility. In Skukuni, the responsibility sit with the district municipality. Is this really effective? When you look at the rights being violated in our mining areas, is this arrangement of the government responsibilities effective to protect the rights of our people? When our people are saying our right to health environment are being violated by the mine, sitting there as the department, together with the MEC and the HOD, realizing that you can't do anything in that area, but this is the right from the Constitution. It's been violated. Do you really feel proud that the arrangement, regardless of where I've done that, whether it's is the decision from the Premier's office or whoever, but do you think this arrangement is effective to protect the rights of our people?
Okay. Thank you very much, the Provincial Commissioner. To answer you directly, this arrangement is not the arrangement done by the province. It's the arrangement done by the legislature who approved the act. Because this is purely what is being legislated. It's not something which has come from the province per se, but the province is implementing what the legislature has given us to undertake.
I understand. You will understand that as the Human Rights Commission, we also have we have the mandate. We can also influence legislation. We can make proposals where legislation is not working or the policy is ineffective. The question is, as the department, after experiencing the crisis in our province, do you think this regardless of whether we have done that, but is it effective when you look at this arrangement?
Commissioner, I think I get your point, but I'm scared of answering from my personal point of view, because I have to be guided by the enabling statute which are there into my place, which I have to implement. So as I'm saying now, I want to be very clear and categorical. Environment as a section is a concurrent competence of the national and the province. What does it mean? It means that now, before any decision can be taken on environmental aspect, there should be a collaboration and agreement between these spheres of government. And then now zooming in on the aspects of purely air pollution. Air pollution is Schedule B function, which is exclusively by the same constitution, the function of the municipality. So now, in terms of the National Air Quality Management Act, the issuance of permission for air quality is the function of the district and metros. So the province is coming in event that there are some hindrance in terms of the execution of the function, in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. That's where we're coming in. But the issuance is a solely responsibilities of the district and metros. And unfortunately, we don't have a metro in Limpopo for districts. So the issuance of the air, meaning that any issue linked to the air pollution is given by them. It's only if when they are failing, then the province is coming in to intervene. Hence now I'm saying, and I repeat, we are assisting the Vembe because Vembe said they said no, we don't have the capacity to handle it. But however, we are working with the districts in terms of where they are having hindrance. But we are not taking a lead because of trying not to influence entire space in terms of their legislative mandate. So the same thing is happening to the water issues. Water affairs is the custody of the water resources. But however, any department, because as a department, we are the administrators of the law. So the administrator must have the enabling statute, which empowering provision, which gives them to execute a particular function. So now, wherever we are acting, we are also guided by what is enabling us and what empowering us to execute that function. But however, it does not put away the function of intergovernmental, because we still have, for example, from the air quality point of view, we have got the Provincial Air Quality Management Forum, whereby we are meeting with the municipalities, all of them guiding each other in terms of how can we improve with that. So the same thing is happening to that. So I'm saying now, yes, besides that, now, there is elements of intergovernmental brought in. But however, it's not taking the responsibility or who's supposed to take a lead in terms of the empowering provision which they are supposed to execute. Thanks, Commissioner.
So I think in your response right now, you actually acknowledge that there is a failure by government stakeholders in ensuring that certain provisions are adhered to. And I think that's what my starting point has always been, and I've asked this and it has not been answered, that is there a failure by task teams that have been mandated? You spoke about a task team by Ledet and Salga and Coxter and DMRE in monitoring mining activities in the province. And what we're noting is that despite this, the existence of these task team and the government mining task team, which is, you said was established in 2020, is that there has been a failure of government stakeholders to act proactively, but rather you're reacting reactively, which results in a failure to hold mining companies accountable for human rights violations. Are you acknowledging that as a here representing Ledet, that despite what you've said today, in essence what you're saying is we as Ledet and other government institutions have unfortunately failed to hold mining companies accountable because we failed to monitor sufficiently, we have failed to take steps in ensuring that human rights violations have not taken place. And that goes to what other representatives have stated from Saga and Coxter in respect of their role in ensuring that human rights violations does not occur in these mining communities. I don't know if my PM wants to add anything. Oh, they're covered. Can you please comment on that last statement that I've just made?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will agree with you on the issue of proactive versus reactive. That indeed more effort should be put to have proactive involvement in terms of the protection of rights of communities in mining host communities. The attempt to create these structures, the premiers convened government mining task team as well as the interdepartmental facilitated task team. It's an attempt to deal with certain issues including violations. So I think the efforts are new, so I think there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that we move from the reactive to the proactive. I agree.
Thank you so much. I don't know if my panel is satisfied or they want to.
I think you wanted to say something.
There is a question around the linkage between the SLPs to economic development. Once again, the social labor plans that are drawn for a period of 5 years is the sole mandate of DMRE in consultation with the mining host communities and the labor in the mine. Ledet takes an active role through IDPs and other intergovernmental structures to influence how communities can use these funds to ensure that there is local economic development as well as to address other developmental needs. But in terms of how it is constituted and planned, we have actually, as we met and convened the inaugural government mining task team, the provincial government was worried that it is not involved directly in terms of the design of the social labor plan. And we did find that in terms of the legislations, we could not do that. So we took an influence through IDPs so that we can shape the plans from local level to ensure that there is economic development at a local community, in the local communities. Thank you.
Let me just, this is, and I think me and my provincial manager have, you've triggered another thought process. Yesterday we had a very interesting debate with Lephalale municipality about the role of IDPs in SLPs. My understanding is that IDPs is a contract between the municipality and its residents. And it says the municipality says this is what we are planning with the budget allocated to us, and these are our projects. SLPs are then a contract between mining communities and the mine. And the mine says, we note the following needs that have been identified by the community, and this is where we are going to step in. The question was that when you then have to, because with IDPs there's a specific consultation process. And then once that process has been completed, you then have IDPs that have been developed. How then so do you then take that and give it to mining companies without further allowing mining communities to engage with the community directly? It then takes away from the public participation process that communities then are supposed to have in SLPs. Then in terms of that engagement, it was then, how do you then hold as a municipality mining companies accountable when they are then fulfilling your constitutional mandate to your members of the community? And that's where my problem is, that we need to then establish whether government is saying that they want to interrelate these two aspects, IDPs and SLPs. And when we are doing that, should we not be cautious? And once you allow mining companies to step in and take the constitutional mandate of municipalities as their own in terms of SLPs, it will be very difficult for municipalities to hold mining companies accountable, because the next thing would be, hold on, how do you then hold me accountable when I'm doing your job? Where do municipalities end, and where do mining companies start in respect of IDPs and SLPs?
Maybe when you answer the question, colleagues, I think we need to understand that we have a government here in Limpopo. Our people are not aware of those separation of powers that you can refer to. We need to join hands. That's my feeling. We can, in no ways that, if you look at the presentation from the municipality yesterday and other government department, to somebody who does not know these arrangements, will go from office to office lodging complaint, not knowing where to go. And they will regard those community members sometimes as problematic. That's why you also mentioned in your presentation what we call illegal community protest. I don't know how we tend that to be illegal. But that is out of frustration from our people. We are government. You are government, sorry. You should be worried if people from Mapela are complaining about environment, knowing that you are responsible for environment. Irregardless of whether that is a competence of whoever, you are the one who knows. That's why even ourselves as the Human Rights Commission, people do not know that we are not government. But when they come to us, we facilitate their complaints to the relevant department. We don't say, don't come to us, we are not responsible, we close the door. No. We're dealing with the people who knows Human Rights Commission as the institution that protect their rights. Some of the people, they don't know and they don't understand our role in terms of human rights. They thought that Human Rights Commission must deliver these rights to our communities. But the reality is that we hold the government accountable to deliver those rights, to deliver for those rights, or to create a conducive environment for our people to enjoy their rights. So we need to understand from that perspective, if there is a gap that we need to close, that can be done through this engagement. We identified the gaps here. If you've realized that a Waterberg municipality or Sekhukhune municipality is not doing anything but people are suffering, why there's no engagement? You are not even showing that you can even engage each other from that level to make sure that you assist, because you said that you can assist, intervene. But you have not intervened. You said you can intervene if the municipality is failing. But you have not intervened in Mapela. You are not intervening in Beggarsford area. So how best can we make sure that we improve our approach? And we see this intervention guiding the municipalities, supporting the municipalities. We know that our municipality does not have resources, even to fight the mining companies that are in their areas. But if the government, provincial government, if the provincial government can put pressure on these mining companies, I believe that they can do something about the crisis. So this is the approach that we are taking. Let us identify the gaps. And then going forward, we work on how we can close the gap. And working with the mining company, we are not saying that mining companies will just be left at liberty to violate the right. We know violation of the right is wrong. Here we are talking about what we do to hold them accountable for violation, and what we do to stop them, to stop the violation. We need to work together. Business and human rights have to coexist, and that is what we must stand for. We are not saying that they must close their mining because they've created jobs. You have talked about the 111,000 jobs. If we close them, where are those people going to work? So we need them, they need us. So we need to work together.
Certainly, Mr. Victor Mavitul, the panel member, we do take the advice that we will look at how we can collaborate better. But I think there is an area which I have mentioned when I was presenting, the issue of referral in government. It does work, I know it, that when there is an issue that is reported and it is not your competency, you refer it to your sister department. And that's how we have been working. We can certainly improve on it, but what I'm hearing from you is that these mandates that we have transferred to municipalities, we must monitor the implementation by municipalities, and we'll look at that so that we can improve in terms of that. The commissioner referred to an issue that was discussed yesterday around the social labor plan. The communities who have got minerals and they have got mines in their vicinity, when they are thinking about what they need to do in terms of the 5-year social labor plan, they don't think that anybody else, including the municipality, including the province, must get involved. They think it is their sole issue, which of course it is. So our issue of making sure that is considered a social labor plan, which is an agreement between the mining community and the mine, which is registered at Department of Mineral and Energy, is considered in the IDP. It's just to make sure that we have got all the economic development issues registered and are monitored. I think at some stage, when we raised this matter about the non-involvement of LIDET in terms of the design of SLP, we did realize that it is an area which can be looked at, but thus far, I think we have not explored that idea. Thank you.
CLO, any further questions? PM? I'm also covered. Do you have any further remarks to make before we excuse you from the podium? If you don't, then you're duly excused from the podium.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I kindly check with you if we can break for tea? May I invite you for tea outside? And it was for 15 minutes. Let's keep the 15 minutes that was scheduled for tea.
the 1 year exam concerning sewage plant. Just interested. Oh, by the way,
What was it?
you know, are you the one who is going to send the presentation?
No, no, the sports marshal. Is the chairperson of
Oh, all right. We didn't see you this morning. That's why. Okay.
They took us by surprise.
Okay.
Yes, I flagged it.
Yeah. Hopefully we're gonna find it useful. There's nice things in there. We just never got to project it, but there's good things in there.
Ah, okay. I'll take that into.
Yeah, just make sure you talk to what you get. It should help you with the model, the model. And you know the way it's been described when we were with it should really solve the problem.
How are you here? I'm very well, thank you. Yeah. I was finished. I was in work. I thought I would try to stay up working.
Uma dipula le kae ngwaneso? O tla mphe tsona mo ka shela ke eng? Ke ga ke gare ke re dilo tseo le nna o tla mmatlela go se ba ka mmogo nna le wena.
I left a lot of things. In fact, I don't know what happened. I think my bag was unzipped and things fell in the car.
Yeah, let's move.
Oh,
that they will take all these issues
checked outside to see if there are air cabins in our village. But I sent them an email. I want the confirmation from the city. That's a regular guy.
Ke a ba bitsa ke re 15 minutes e fetile.
But I also play private security.
Thank you very much. The 15 minutes that we agreed on has passed. Colleagues, can I check if there are still people outside? Kindly make your way in the hall. Please close the door so we can start with our program. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Hope the tea was good. We're proceeding with our program. I'll start by apologizing because we're not going to follow the program as is. We are going to request the House of Traditional Leaders to go first. As we indicated yesterday, they requested to come in today. That's my apology, because we really need to have inputs by the House of Traditional Leaders before we can proceed with other stakeholders and mining houses. May I check with the chairperson if she agrees to me calling in the House of Traditional Leaders?
It is agreed they can come forth if they are here.
Thank you very much. Kindly allow me to call in Hosingobe, the Limpopo House of Traditional Leaders, to come to the podium.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine, you may proceed, sir.
Yeah, let me just apologize for my chairperson. He's not around with us here today. He has got some other commitments. So he gave me the permission to come and represent him.
We received correspondence from your chairperson advising that he's not available, he's engaged, and he's mandated yourself to represent the Traditional House of Leaders. Are you going to be taking an oath or an affirmation, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
That's true.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
So please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. We want to present our submissions to you, Chair, as the House of Traditional Leaders, House of Traditional Leaders and Kwesans. Limpopo Provincial House of Traditional and Kwesan Leaders submission for investigative inquiry on mining activities in traditional communities area within Limpopo province. Greetings to South African Human Rights Commission Chairperson, Provincial Manager, and the entire team, the SALCA representatives, all different stakeholders present, all DGs, DDGs, CEO, head of department present, all officials of government present, fellow royal leaders, ladies and gentlemen. The Limpopo Provincial House of Traditional and Kwesan Leaders, one of its mandates is to hold all key holders accountable for service delivery and well-being to all traditional communities that we represent. We equally appreciate the platform of progressive engagements on the above topic matter. It is indeed not a secret that as the province of Limpopo, especially traditional communities, we are faced with many problems caused by both illegal and formal mining activities in our areas. This is so because of negligence on those who are responsible to curb illegal and engage in management of formal mines. Communities in rural areas do not have access to good health facilities, which makes them vulnerable to illness caused by these mining activities. Mining companies have a tendency of not employing
local people on better paying jobs. Locals are left being exploited at the bottom of the ladder. Many traditional communities used to have land for farming, but the mines took over without any formal compensation that benefits the entire communities, but only individuals. Provincial House seeks to have an effective standing partnership by way of a signed memorandum of agreement with SAHRC provincially in order for both institutions to have common grounds in resolving of emanating mining challenges affecting all traditional communities. The initiative to resolve the current complaints relating to mining activities will restore the respect and dignity on human rights as the House believe in Batupili principles. It is equally our concern as Provincial House representing all the affected traditional communities where mining activities happened, and as a result, the community members are the ones who face with health challenge and other human rights violations as mentioned. It is against this background that the investigative inquiry on mining activities and the upcoming engagements should aim at making sure that mining companies in affected communities across the province respect the customary rights of the people who have lived on those lands for generations. As royal leaders in our different areas of jurisdictions, we strongly believe that there is a need to continuously engage on how to resolve challenges, since the Human Rights Commission has made it clear that its recommendations and directives to the government to monitor the rise impacts of mining operations are mandatory. We need to propose the best way in which all affected communities residing within mining operations, human rights are protected, attaining and respected. One of the proposal will be establishing forums directly dealing with mining activities, since our traditional councils are currently being constituted as per TKLA Act 3 of 2029, as well as National House of Traditional Leaders Act 22 of 2009, which directs composition of provincial and local House of Traditional Leaders, of traditional and Khoisan leaders. Although social and labor mining plans are designed to benefit local communities, many community members have complained that they are denied the right to decide on mining development in their communities, and that plans are agreed to without their participation. Excuse me. Can I get some more Traditional leaders are sometimes faced with threats from community members, complaining and accusing them that they are being kept in the dark when plans are discussed. Due to many industrial actions in communities, there has been an outcry and a push for government to propose regulations that strengthen the powers of traditional leaders and involvement of communities in the management of mining activities. In conclusion, the Provincial House wishes that sound communication should be vital in dealing with challenges within traditional communities on mining activities. Another challenging aspect is that political interest has a major impact on the mining forum establishments and operations. It is therefore encouraged that transparency in engagement be at the forefront to avoid failing of insinuations between community members and their traditional leaders. Honesty is the key in developing communities. Development should be about the people and for the people. Thank you, Nyakensa. Re lebohile, re a leboha. Bye, thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to then start with the Senior Legal Officer, then go to the Provincial Manager, then myself, then you'll be given an opportunity to answer those questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. In my submissions, I indicated yesterday that when we were doing scoping and investigations in the communities as the Commission, we noted with great concern that community members where there are mining operations wouldn't be aware of the social and labor plans as to what they entail. Further indicated that it then extended to when we went to Mushati. You sit down with Hoshi and you ask, do you know there's a mine next door? What are the issues? You get the complaints, as you also touched in your presentation, the generic issues. Then you press forward, you ask, are you aware this is the social and labor plan for this cycle? They will say they were not even aware. As the Provincial House, are traditional leaders aware of social and labor plans where there are mining operations? What mechanism is there through the Provincial House ensuring that these traditional leaders are aware? That's the first question. The second question relates to the issue of community trusts. We heard yesterday that there would be a community trust created wherein there will be an exchange of funds. My question now is on the transparency of what happens. How far does that transparency reach? Is the House aware? Are people who are subjects of the traditional leaders aware of what is going in and what is going out, particularly when we are talking about mining activities?
Thank you, Chair. My question will be more on your role as the House of Traditional Leaders in the province. More especially, I feel pity more especially for traditional leaders in the mining communities. Our experience as the Human Rights Commission is that when we engage with them, they raise a lot of concern and they seem to be left alone. They find themselves in a situation where the community turn against them. Business, mining companies turn against them. The government, municipality, local municipalities, not assisting them with anything. So that is the situation where they face, more especially in when they are being accused of conniving with the mine to give land, the land that belongs to the community, to mining companies. I must say that I've not had any engagement or any one of them indicating to us that they are getting support from the House of Traditional Leaders. Some of them lose their properties, their houses get burned, they lose everything. But these are the leaders that, to me, they are different even from the government, because they are not elected. They are born as leaders, traditional leaders, and they've been there even before the government that we see today. So it's not an institution, the institution of traditional leaders, or the role of traditional leaders. It's not something that we can say is temporary, will disappear anytime soon, because most of them, they are playing a very important role even in creating social cohesion in our areas, resolving community crises. They are playing a very important role. But my challenge is that when they face accusation from the community members and the business, they are left alone with no institution protecting them. So do you have, as House of Traditional Leaders, mechanism to protect and ensure that these traditional leaders get protection from yourself as the institution or from other institutions such as the police and all those things? Some of them, they are on their own, I'm sure, because we engage with them and they will share with us their frustration. Is there any plan or any mechanism to protect traditional leaders who are vulnerable in our communities?
Thank you so much, panel members. Thank you for that presentation. I think when we started, we noted the apology, but for record purposes, just introduce yourself and we forgot about that. Yes. I think for me it's very important, and I note what the provincial manager as well as the senior legal officer states. My question is, what is the role of traditional leadership in the SLPs, if there is any? You've heard testimony from Lidet, you've heard testimony from Coxter and Salga about how they have been trying to assist in ensuring that traditional leadership has the necessary skills to engage with mining companies. I want you to give us a personal account from just from your side, in respect of how you have engaged with mining companies and how that has affected your community. We note that government institutions today, represented today, have highlighted the importance of training. Have traditional leaders been trained to engage with mining communities, and when they are engaging, look at a holistic approach to mining activities? Often when we are engaging, we seem to look at one side of the spectrum in respect of mining communities, the mining companies themselves. But what role has traditional leaders played in successful projects where the mining companies have really integrated themselves in that community, which has resulted in a successful project which benefits the community members? I just want that example. But lastly, you spoke about there appears that community members are saying that they are not consulted. What is the role of traditional leaders, and what is the role of the traditional council in being the voice of its people? Thank you so much. Please, sorry, sir, can you please use the mic for, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Khoshi Marshall from Skokune, member of the House. Yeah, I think, Chair, you have raised very important questions here regarding our communities, which are in the mining areas. It's really painful to face things like this in our areas. Mines came to the communities, talk nice things, but at the end of the day, they disregard everything. When coming to issues of social labor plans, well, they will just come and explain to the people, our people, but what I have experienced is that the community doesn't have information regarding all these labor plans, social labor plans. They just assume that what they tell the mines are going to do it, to do with them. But unfortunately, it's an opposite. So, but one thing sure is that this thing of SLP, really, we are struggling as communities to force the mines to implement or to implement what they have promised. But in most cases, they don't. So it's a problem which we are facing now. Hence, we find that most of our mahoshis in their areas are facing challenges. They said the mine is collaborating with you, you are selling us. So those are the things which I think we need assistance from the government, if possible, because we are on our own. There is no one who is prepared to help us or to listen to what we are saying. Most of our mahoshis are no longer staying in their areas. Their houses are burned, their properties are destroyed because our communities believe that or assume that we are conniving with the mines and the mines are giving us a lot of money. That's what it's happening. Yeah, the problem which I think it's something which always hindering us is the thing of training. I don't know whom should we ask to come on board, because mines are not prepared to assist Mahoshi regarding the training. Government also is not part of that. We are on our own. So we don't know what will be the next, because as long as the community is complaining and we don't have answers for that, we will always encounter problems in our areas. Yeah, the house is engaging the mining houses in order to correct this problem. Because unless somebody comes and push them, the communities and the Mahochis will always be at loggerheads. So the house is busy now trying to engage the mining houses to make them that as long as they are mining in our areas, they must be part of our problems. They must come on board and assist the communities where it's necessary.
Thank you so much. Before I hand to the senior legal officer as well as the provincial manager, the senior legal officer asked a question about community trust, and that the last 2 days we've heard allegations that community trusts that have been established for the benefit of the community have been maladministrated by traditional leaders. That's the one part. Now, you've raised these concerns. I wanted to ask, what is your relationship as traditional leaders and DMRE? If there is a relationship, please speak about that. The testimony yesterday of community members seems to highlight that in some areas, it is under the traditional leadership that these problems arise, where mining companies have then said, this is what we're going to do, but there seems to be a miscommunication where traditional leaders take up the role and speak on behalf of the community, but fail to adequately present their community's case to the mining companies. What is your comment regarding that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether this will be relevant. In most cases, community trust, in some areas, the mines are taking the lead on establishing the community trust, which at the end of the day cause a problem, because those people who are trustees, they tend to ignore their responsibilities. They are mandated by the community to act on their behalf, to administer the trust on their behalf. But as time went by, they tend to forget about that. They are there just to lead the communities regarding their required needs. So the position of the traditional leaders in this issue is to assist or manage the accounts. In some areas, you find that the trust actually we find two trusts. The one which is community trust take care of the community and their needs. Because the traditional leader, as the father of the tribe, also the community decide to give them a certain percentage, which at the end of the day be transferred into the royal house trust. So the main, the part which traditional leaders are playing in this regard is that they must monitor and assist the community to administer the trust the way they want it to be. Yeah, the role of the house is to give direction and make sure that there is stability in the community, and there is peace, which at the end of the day will be fruitful to all the members of the community. And lastly, to resolve the challenges which the communities are facing.
There is one thing that I asked, the relationship between traditional leaders and DMRE, the department that's responsible for monitoring mining companies. Is there a relationship between traditional leaders or the House of Traditional Leaders and this department?
Relationship between the House of Traditional Leaders or the traditional communities with the DMR is good. In most cases, they take time to explain. If the community is aware that some of the issues which they are facing regarding the mining must be taken to the DMR. The DMR actually it's really helping the communities by informing them what their requirements. I mean, what they are supposed to do when facing the mining houses, and to an extent that even to encourage the communities to apply for mining license if possible. So I think DMR is playing a big role in this regard.
Okay, I just want to have one because it goes back to your relationship with DMRE. That yesterday we had members of the community saying that they find it difficult to engage with DMRE. What is that aspect? Please explain that relationship and how community members view DMRE interacting with local traditional communities.
Yeah, I think this depends on the approach, the community's approach, because sometimes the communities tend to be I would say, to be hostile to the DMR, which at the end of the day, they believe that DMR is not the right channel which they can use to address their problem. But all in all, DMR it's like I will say it's there to help the communities if they want to know exactly what is happening regarding their activities in their area. So that's why I said it all depends. Sometimes the approach tends to be hostile. Sometimes they talk to them, and the DMRE explain what the position is regarding their problems.
Okay, lastly, and it goes back to this relationship because community members highlighted this problematic issue. Has DMRE given you as the House of Traditional Leaders or as traditional leaders access to the SLPs? There has been an issue that SLPs have been a very guarded secret and there seems to be no transparency. Can we have that aspect?
What the question from Commissioner just also trigger my question. I just want to find out here in Limpopo, in most areas where there's mining companies doing their business, you find that we have divisions from the traditional leaders, local traditional leaders, where you find that one community will have two traditional leaders, all claiming to be part of, to be the rightful leaders of the community. And you find that maybe even from Mapila community, Beggarsford side, you have those divisions. You find that it's one community but two traditional leaders, all claiming to be the rightful leaders of the community. But I just wanted to find out, in your support or engagement with them, or when they are fighting for the throne, do you intervene and assist the department that is responsible to support or to motivate for the premier to appoint the right person, person to lead the community? Or you stand aside as the House of Traditional Leaders and allow the family to decide, the royal family to decide as to who should lead? And where there is a dispute, do you intervene and assist as the House of Traditional Leaders?
Yeah, the House do assist in this regard. The House normally have committees. In this case, there is a committee which has been established to deal with disputes in regarding traditional leadership. So that one is functional, because in most cases those disputes end up being resolved through the assistance of the committee.
Maybe the last one. How many are still hanging? Yes, because I understand you are assisting, but we know that there are still many cases that we have those divisions. How many in the province are still hanging, or in the mining communities that you know they are still hanging? I'm saying this because mining companies sometimes they find themselves caught in the middle, having two traditional leaders all claiming to be having powers to serve the people or to be the rightful chief or of that particular community, And now the mining companies, when they work with this one, they will be accused of not recognizing that one or fueling the division because they are working with that other one. Do you get the point? When the mining company want to work with the traditional leader to resolve some of the issues, but they don't know who to work with here. Everyone is claiming to be the rightful heir of the rightful traditional leader. So how many are hanging in the province, if you can just estimate? But as the Human Rights Commission, we know we have communities that are led by 2 traditional leaders, and both of them are claiming to be the rightful one. But we know that there is a formal process that might have been followed, but it's sometimes confusing. Even to the Human Rights Commission, when we want to engage with them or engage with the community, if we go through this one will say, no, you are not working with the right one. You as the Human Rights Commission, you are fueling division in our community because you are working with that one, and that is not the right one. You work with this one, the same accusation comes in. So how many are hanging in the province?
Chair, I think this one, I cannot precisely say so many, but there are quite few which are still hanging. But what I want to highlight is this. Sometimes these divisions, I'm sorry to say that, are fueled by the mining companies. Because as long as there is a dispute or there is skirmish in the community, they will get a chance to proceed with their activity. Those things which the community were supposed to get, they will say, because there are 2 traditional leaders, we don't want to involve in anyone in this issue. So hence we find that in most cases, cases of this nature are created by the very people we are working with. The royal family knows who is the rightful heir or rightful chief. So this thing of coming and making things to look as if there is a dispute or there is a squabble, it's something which in our communities normally don't exist. But because of hunger, they promise somebody to assist them to get what they want and ignore the one who is the rightful one to talk to.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the same situation that the mining companies are facing might also, the Human Rights Commission might be facing the same situation. The reason why I'm saying this is because sometimes we can't say that this is fueled by the mining companies. Because if the traditional communities are organized, the companies will not have an opportunity to say we are working with this or that one. They will find those divisions there. But because of the manner in which they operate, they are forced to work with the traditional leaders. And when they are trying to communicate or to engage with this one will say, no, this one is not the right one. The right one is this one. So it left the companies frustrated. And when they are trying to do their work, trying to work with the one that maybe you recognize, then, or the one that you are not recognizing, they find themselves being accused of creating divisions within the community. We are also facing with the same situation. It's just that with us, we work with everyone. But you'll find that we are being invited as the Human Rights Commission to come and conduct a workshop on human rights by Mushate. When we are still working with Mushate, the other Mushate will be angry with us. Why are you working with that one? Because that is not the rightful one. And it creates a very, it creates a tension among the community members. Because even if I'm saying this because we are also experiencing the same situation where we don't know who to work with, but we want to bring service to our community. And it's not for us to recognize traditional leaders. Traditional leaders must be appointed by the royal family, and you must be assisting as you have indicated, and also the premier must be the one to appoint. Once there is an appointment, we are bound, we will work with that one. But you will find the other one saying, we are still busy with identifying the right one. You can come as the Human Rights Commission and work with this one. And imagine, we are not, maybe we can be better, we can be in the better position to wait a little bit for the finalization of everything. But the mining companies, that we can stand as the Human Rights Commission and say, you are not taking service to the people. Then they are frustrated. They don't even know, even when they want to appoint the local people, who to work with, because people will say, we must go to Mshate and get appointment. The appointment must be made in Mshate there. Now you have two Mshates. Then which one to choose as the company? Now they want to create jobs. They want to bring a project that will develop the community. So where should they go? Because this might be some of the factors that prevent mining companies to operate normally or to discharge their responsibility in terms of social and labor plan. Because they have a document. For them to implement this document, they must engage with Mshate, municipality, and all relevant stakeholders. But the project have to be implemented on the ground with the support of Mshate. Then you have company having money to develop the community or job opportunities, but they cannot do because there is this division. How best can we assist in those situations where we have mining companies willing to work, but they don't know who to work with?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge. But to answer your question is that I don't think the law allows a traditional community to have two recognized traditional leaders. The one who claims that he is a tradition is the legitimate one must produce a letter of recognition. The one who doesn't have that must forget about him.
I'm happy that today you have given us this direction. So which means that we as the Human Rights Commission and the mining companies must make sure that they work with the one who's already recognized. Thank you.
I just want to ask, in respect to recognition certificates, when there are two conflicting traditional authorities, and it speaks again to how mines must interact with traditional communities, what happens when there are legal disputes which are in court, and it goes then in respect of the establishment of a trust, and it goes back to the interaction with the mining communities that mining companies must have, again, is these, when there's an absence of that letter of recognition because matters are being dealt with in court, what is the role of traditional leaders in facilitating that process, absence a recognized leader, to ensure that the community does not suffer absence a recognized leader?
I think in this case, the royal family will appoint an interim I will say somebody who can in the meantime, act while they are still waiting for the outcome of the court judgment. Or maybe I didn't get you well.
I don't want to mention the families, because I think the matters are still ongoing and I don't have full information about it. And I think perhaps the mining companies will come and comment about how they have struggled in certain communities to interact with traditional leaders. The question is, absent a recognized traditional leader, when the two families are taking each other to court, what happens in that regard where a mining company in good faith interacts with a particular person who is then advised that they've been recognized, and then you note that the interaction with this particular person does not reflect what the community needs at that particular moment. The difficulty that I'm having is that we are speaking about one aspect where there is a recognized leader. But what happens when the leaders themselves are dragging each other in court? And unfortunately, when that happens, the mining companies have difficulties in interacting genuinely with the members of the community, but also at the very same time, the members of those very same communities are suffering. And my question is, what is the role of traditional leaders in assisting the communities and the mining companies?
Yeah, as I said, that maybe the royal family, I think, in this case, must come on board, because they are the ones who the powers of who is the rightful one resides on, because otherwise, if we are going to wait until maybe the case is settled, it might take some years. But in the meantime, there must be a structure or somebody who can, at that point in time, act as a traditional leader or act as a chairperson of the royal family, so that things shouldn't be stalled because of those disputes.
Okay, I understand what you are saying, but just to be more realistic, when these divisions happen, cut the whole family in two, you find that this one will have their own council. They will say this is a recognized one, another royal council, this one, and having these two individuals dragging each other to court. These court cases, my commissioner or the chairperson indicated that they drag for a very long time. You also agree. Here's the company, mining company. They want to bring a project into the community, implementing their social and labor plan. But the community is not ready because no one to engage in that community. They are still fighting. If they engage with that one, they will be accused of fueling divisions. If they engage with this one, it will be the same situation. So the question here is that, let's say, for example, Mapi Lao, I think it's under Hoshilanga, but they have 31 villages. In those villages, some of them they are quiet, but some of them they have two traditional leaders, two. And those are the communities that are supposed to benefit from Mukhalakwana Platinum. So they don't even know if they have to bring to build a community hall or a clinic in this particular community. No one. If they go through this one, the project will be vandalized by this other group. They will say, you can't come here if you don't speak to our Hoshi, and you can't come here if you don't speak to, don't come through this one. So what we want these companies to implement their social and labor plan. What do we do? There's this division amongst the traditional leaders. What should we do? We are bringing we want to educate people about their rights. just that it's also difficult to identify who should we communicate with. But the matters before court, we understand that there's no legitimate leader of this particular community. But this division now is worsening the situation because nothing can be done in this community. So what do we do? What should happen? What the guidelines? I think maybe you might not have an answer here. I was going to suggest that maybe if possible, we look at the issue of how we can make sure that we don't stop development in any area. If possible, if two leaders, maybe it's the chief who are reporting to the Kidinduna, who are reporting to the chief. And maybe we can look at the situation where if there is division in the Induna level, the chief must assume all the responsibility and be the one to interact with the mining companies to bring development while these two are still fighting.
Yeah, I think that will be the good decision, because normally this issue of dispute about Hoshi, when it comes to the Indunas, I think the Hoshi or the traditional leader must take the lead. He's the one who appoints the Indunas, and he's the one who can solve that problem. Normally, the role of the House is not, when coming to disputes of this nature, which are in court, the House does not interfere with that, because it's a legal matter, and then it needs to be handled by the court.
Thank you so much for your answers. I think we have taken a lot of time in these discussions, but I think they were necessary. I'm going to look to he's covered and the provincial manager's covered. Sir, do you have any closing remarks? If you don't have any closing remarks, then you're excused from the podium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can just try to raise it. The Human Rights Commission, as you are responsible for issues of this nature, maybe if you can assist Mahoshi by giving them a training, because these legal matters need people who will understand what the implications are. So it's just my request. It's not from the House.
Thank you. Those comments are noted.
Thank you very much, Vandavezita. Thank you very much, Chair. May I kindly check with you if we can then proceed and call to the podium DMRE Advocate Madikele Dimuloto, the Acting Director General.
We may proceed by calling her.
Thank you so much. Advocate Madikele Dimuloto, kindly come to the podium.
Good day, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, ma'am. The oath.
Thank you. Do you say that the evidence you're about to give, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The podium is yours, ma'am.
Good morning to the Commissioner and the panel members, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start with the vision or the mandate of the DMRE, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Our mandate is to regulate, transform, and promote the minerals and energy sectors, providing sustainable and affordable energy for growth and development, and also ensuring that all South Africans derive sustainable benefits from the country's minerals wealth. Now, there are pieces of legislations that are governing how we work, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm going to talk to the MPRDA, which is the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act as amended, its regulations as well. We've got the Mining Charter. Though Chair, the charter went to court with the Mineral Council of South Africa, where the court declared that the charter is a policy and is not binding in law, but I'll also refer to it. We also have other legislations, but for, like I said, for the purpose of the commission, we'll confine ourselves to the MPRGA, its regulation, including the SLP regulations. However, Chair, in us implementing our mandate, we are also guided by other pieces of legislations, and in terms of the Constitution, we have a duty to respect those. For example, I'll mention a few. We've got the Employment Equity Act, as and when we go through the SLP, HRD specifically. And we also have the Skills Development Act, which talks about the skills levy that the mines pay. And we also have the Municipal Systems Act on how they plan for the development, including the IDPs. We've heard yesterday about the relationship between the IDPs and the SLPs. Now, in terms of the MPRGA, how mining companies get to be awarded rights or permits, we will first start with we used to have what we call the transitional arrangements, because in terms of the Mining Rights Act of 1967 and also the Minerals Act of 1991, there was an old dispensation of issuing or granting rights. That was before the MPRGA, and in 2002, we then promulgated the MPRGA. However, at that time, there were mines that already had permits or rights. And then we introduced what we call transitional arrangements in terms of Schedule 2 of the MPRGA. And then in that schedule, one of the fundamental features of that schedule is the introduction of the SLP as the requirement. We never used to have the SLP back in the 1991 legislation. And at that time of the SLP back then, the SLP only had to be made known to mine employees. And maybe, Chair, to some extent is true what people are saying, that the SLP back then used to be a closely guarded secret, but things have changed with the amendment of the regulations. And then maybe just taking you through the regulations of the SLP as well, of the changes that were effected when the amendments were done in 2020. An approved SLP may not be amended or verified without the consent of the minister. So there's a whole process that the mining company need to go through either when they want to review the existing projects or any other variation, they need to go through that process. And it goes through the process of that consultation. Again, there's also, we introduced the submission of SLP annual reports on the compliance of the SLPs, where the mines will submit those reports and will evaluate the reports. And we also have the publication of the SLPs, and in terms of that publication, Chair, mining rights holders are expected to publish the SLP in English and any other dominant official language commonly used within the mine community. And that approved SLP must be published within 30 days of approval in the company website of that mining company. Hard copies to be placed at local schools, public libraries, municipal offices, traditional council offices, and in addition, an announcement must be made on the local radio stations and local newspapers about the availability and content of the approved SLP by the mining company. That responsibility is on the mining company. And indeed, the SLP is reviewed every after 5 years in line with the IDPs. It has to be aligned to the IDPs. And mining companies as well are expected to identify infrastructural projects and poverty alleviation projects that are in line with the IDPs. Because, Chair, we assume that the IDPs are as a result of a consultative community public participation process. However, we've identified some gaps, and we find out that some of the IDP were weak and did not have some of those. And that's why we had to review the SLP regulations to make sure that we are in line. And as part of the regulations as well, mining companies are allowed to collaborate on the project. Earlier on, somebody was saying there'll be a clinic there, a school there, whatever small project there. In our regulation, we say mining companies can collaborate into massive or mega project. They don't have to be confined to smaller project, but they can collaborate into bigger project to make sure that the impact of that project goes further into the communities. And as well, one of the fundamental object of the MPRDA, which also emphasizes our role, is to ensure that holders of mining rights contribute towards the socio-economic development of the areas in which they are operating, including the labor-sending areas. I've spoken to the conversion of the old order rights. Those will be the old order rights that existed before the MPRDA. And mining companies like Ezaru, Grootgeluk Coal Mine, Mogalakwena, Bokoni, and Sibanye, Messina, Platinum Mine, and Doring Flame Mine, they used to hold mining titles even before the MPRDA came into effect, and those had to be converted into from old order mining rights to new order mining rights. But other operations on your list are new rights that had to go through the process. And in terms of new applications that a new mining company comes to apply, in terms of the MPRDA, they go through the process of Section 22 and 23. The requirements will be clearly spelled out there in the Act about what they need to do, which also include consultation with the communities, consultation as well with all the relevant stakeholders. And in terms of the specific projects, I'm not gonna go through the specific projects that are mentioned in our submission, Chair, because fortunately the mining companies are part of this inquiry and they'll be able to present the extent of the implementation of their own SLPs. But the principle that we want to put forward on this project is that as and when we conduct monitoring and happen to detect any non-compliance by mining companies, we'll issue directive or orders in terms of the MPRDA for mining companies to remedy the non-compliance. And upon the receipt of those directives and orders, mining companies will submit what we call catch-up plans with the timelines to remedy the non-compliance. And those catch-up plans will then run concurrently with the next cycle SLP, although it will be shorter or is supposed to be shorter. There was an issue yesterday to say DMRE refused to approve an SLP because the projects were not implemented. What then happened in practice is that you'll have the first 5 years, and then maybe before the end of the 5 years, then the projects are not implemented. All of them will follow a legislative process of issuing directive orders for mining companies to remedy the non-compliance. But what will then happen with the projects that were not implemented, they will form part of the next cycle as a catch-up plan. It will be a separate plan. So you'll call it 2 plans, but it will be 2 plans in one. You'll know that in the old SLP you had 3 projects, but you only implemented 2, and then 1 was not done. So that one will all be carried over into the next SLP, but it must be prioritized and then be finalized before you even start with the new project. And then in terms of the recourse that is available for when SLPs are not implemented, the MPRDA provides for various mechanisms that the DMRE will hold mining companies to account. Firstly is in terms of Section 25 of the MPRGA, which says the mining companies must comply with the requirements of the SLP, and then that subject to the prescribed annual report that I spoke about earlier that they must submit, they must detail the extent of their compliance, and then in terms of the charter and also the SLP. Another mechanism that we use is Section 28, which is information and data in respect of mining that must be submitted. And the mining companies here are expected to submit an annual report detailing the extent of their compliance with the SLP. The next one is Section 29 of the MPRDA, which also we use to hold the mining companies to account. If they don't do that, we issue the directive, and I'll later on take you through the process of the directives. And we also have Section 92 of the MPRDA, where we conduct routine inspections, where the Act will then give us to enter any mining company without the warrant if there's a reason to believe that there's non-compliance that is happening, be it on other requirements, but now is for the SLP. And we also have the Section 93 orders and suspensions in terms of the MPRGA, and that if you are found in contravention, your mining right may be suspended for failure to comply with the provision of the MPRDA. And then there's a process that is followed where the holder will be expected to make representation to us to show cause why his or her mining rights should not be suspended, and immediately take rectifying steps. or else their right will be suspended or terminated. And the next one is section 47 of the MPRDA, where we also, in terms of that section, we can either cancel, withdraw, or suspend the permit. It's a process as well that is followed, and it followed the budget process, where we ask the mining companies to make a presentation to the department, and then information will be looked at, and then once the whole assessment is done, if then we found that they are in contravention, then we issue section 47 and then cancel the mining right. Now, the process followed by the department to ensure that there is compliance. We've got various types of inspections that we conduct to monitor compliance. Either those inspections will be planned or unplanned, depending, but planned inspections are as per our annual performance plan, what we call the APP. This is part of our strategic objectives as the department. And then for the 2023, 2024, and 2024-25 financial years, we planned for 24 social plan inspection in the region, Limpopo. And the reason why that is done, Chair, I must just make a disclaimer here at this point, that we have 205 operational mines in the province, and then we have 4 officials in the regions that are responsible for the adjudication assessment of those SLPs, also conducting monitoring and enforcement of the terms and conditions of the SLP, including evaluation of those reports that I mentioned that the mining companies must submit. Those are planned inspection. We also have complaints that are received from time to time by members of the community or other stakeholders. You'll have walk-ins into the regional office, or else you'll have people that are making appointment or sending letters or email. Although not planned, we are bound to attend to those concerns or complaints, and that will then trigger an inspection, though that we go and verify the allegations. We also have media queries where members of the public will ask about amongst others, the SLPs. We attend to those, and we've got also received complaints from the presidential hotline. Those ones we also attend to it, and that also will trigger an inspection for us to go and verify what the issues are. And Chair, there's a whole process that we go through to plan the inspection, because the inspection are then aligned to the list of mines that I said we have 205, and then we'll obviously, based on that list, look at which ones are critical that we need to go and inspect, and we try our best to go and inspect as much as we can. And we'll have the yearly inspection plan that will guide us on how to conduct those inspections. But like I said, as and when we have a yearly inspection plan or a monthly inspection plan, there'll be those unplanned ones that will come as and when, and those will also be attended to. And then the process followed in conducting inspection. We've got the whole process, Chair, of first looking into the file in the office, and then what we also do, we inform relevant stakeholders like the organized labor and the municipalities to join us in the planned inspection. And then what we also do, the post-inspection, once the inspections are conducted, will then look at the report, and there will be findings or recommendations, and those recommendations will decide in case where there's non-compliance detected, then we'll issue an order or a directive to that mining company to immediately take rectifying steps, or that the operation or part of the operation may be terminated or suspended if they don't do that. And then follow up on any directive that is issued. Let's say, like I mentioned earlier, if there's non-compliance, we'll issue a directive. And then how do we then follow in terms of that directive to make sure that it is implemented, or it implements the shortfalls that were identified. In this case, we'll then look or assess the implementation plan that is submitted for the SLP, and then see if there's any other shortfalls and any remedial actions that need to be taken. It will depend on the kind of transgression. Either it will be a 93 or a 47 will be applied. Now, the role of the mining companies, the role of the municipalities, and our role as the department. Mining companies are responsible to contribute towards the socio-economic development of the areas that they are operating, like I said earlier, including the labor-sending areas. Municipalities are the custodians of local economic development and the integrated development plans. And local government is central in the development of sustainable communities. As per the Constitution, local government is responsible to strengthen their developmental plans to enable mining companies to contribute effectively to those plans. And the role of communities is to actively participate in the formulation and review of the IDPs, including various developmental programs within their areas. And the role of the DMRE plays a very critical role in ensuring that mining companies comply with the terms and conditions of their mining rights, and that they do not infringe upon the rights and the well-being of the communities. I mentioned earlier on how we do that is to conduct those regular inspection, and there's a reason why we include organized labor to represent the workers, and also the municipalities. Like we said, that this SLP must be aligned to the IDPs. And then we also do community outreach programs, and in those community outreach programs, the aim is to educate, inform our communities about mining issues and mechanisms as well available for them for lodging complaints. And in that, we are in partnership and collaboration with the municipalities and also COGTA, including the local COGSTA, as the relevant authorities on matters relating to community and traditional authorities. And as well, and one of the enforcement mechanisms, because we realize that our monitoring and enforcement is not that strong, we also, as part of reconfiguring the department, we are busy piloting a separate monitoring and enforcement branch, and that branch will be better focused to ensure that there's a strong enforcement mechanism in place to hold mining companies accountable for violation and non-compliance with regulatory requirements. So plans are underway to ensure that the unit is well-resourced with the necessary equipments, be personnel and funding, to carry out the duties effectively. In addition, we also have a dedicated stakeholder management unit to interface with the communities when they come to the office, so that we are focused on these issues. That is also done in collaboration with COGTA. And lastly, we do have there's an opportunity because we are currently amending the MPRGA. So communities and other stakeholders will be afforded an opportunity to input during the public consultation and participation process on the review of the MPRGA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May you please take over?
Can you hear me? Oh, there you go. Thank you so much for that presentation. As per the usual, I'm going to go to my senior legal officer, followed by the provincial manager, and then lastly by myself. Thank you for that presentation. Just in comment to the presentation, it seemed like the majority of your presentation was simply you reading out from the current legislation that deals with the DMRE. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we're going to be more practical now in our line of questioning. As we are sitting here, it's common knowledge that social and labor plans are just one of many ways that our parliament has employed in trying to address South Africa's history of inequality, right? That was also confirmed in the very same act that you based the presentation on, the MPRDA. And through that very same act, there is a duty placed on the state to oversee that the resources that are used to the benefit of everybody. Now, if we are taking a practical stance, we look at, for an example, the presentation that we got yesterday from the Palale municipality. They confirmed that there is this mining company operating within that jurisdiction. They were making references to about 6 projects which are meant for the benefit of the community around Marapong and the surrounds. They confirmed that these projects, only one was completed out of the list, but the rest cannot be said to be fully implemented. There are certain actions or aspects carried out with certain projects. The budget will be listed on the SLP. But that doesn't get done in that financial year or in that cycle of the SLPs. You now come as the department. You notice that this was not carried out. But mining operations were being conducted throughout the cycle. There was profit generated. How do we now say that is now restoring the balance? As I first indicated, the restorative justice. If mining operations were conducted throughout the cycle, but then what is meant to be done to give back is not done, how are we saying there is the department or the state is doing its role in overseeing that? That's the first question. Furthermore, when you answer that question, in line with what the steps that the department takes, are those steps sufficient? Because to me, it sounded more like you do assessments, you do reviews, you give directives, then you follow up on the directives. I want to know from there what would be you listed the penalties that the department can then do as an output. I want to hear from your office in the province, in the mines that are within the midst of this inquiry. What has been the highest penalty imposed, and what was the contravention, or what didn't they comply with? I think let me pause there, but I will then take the mic back after the responses.
Thank you, colleagues. I must say that I'm a bit frustrated, but I hope through the answers you will be able to cover what we really want to know as the Human Rights Commission. I am happy that you managed to present the mandate of the department thoroughly, but you have created more problems to me, sitting here as a panel member, that if I was coming from another country for a conference or a workshop, hearing the department making this presentation, I was going to say South Africans are protected, their rights are covered, more especially by the government. But because I'm part and parcel of this country, and I'm also a citizen, more especially in Limpopo, also being responsible to protect the rights of our people in terms of the Constitution, I really feel that we have a challenge. Why? Because what you have presented there, that is not what is happening in our communities. I can tell you there are so many challenges with regard to the implementation of social and labor plan. And if indeed the department is monitoring the implementation of those social and labor plan, we would have not have the situation that we are facing in Mabila, in outside Mukopane. We would have not have situation or we would have not have the crisis that we are facing in Beggarsford. So again, maybe as the department that is responsible for issuing licenses, when you see a mining company, I think I asked this question yesterday. When you see a mining company growing, setting up everything with a machine, everything, mining in an area, what is your responsibility if you have not issued this company with a license for mining? What do you do? Because we have seen the mushrooming of these companies all over. No one will do anything until such time that we will find SAPS now having to deal with a lot of them, maybe at once assisted by the army. Then the question is, we have a department that is the custodian of the mineral rights, that is responsible for issuing of the license. If it is the Department of Transport, for example, if you drive a car around here with your own license or without license, or that you use a license that they know that they've not issued, you get arrested, go to jail. Because they know that this license is not coming from us. That's why they can stop us on the road and ask us, do you have a driver's license? Is your car on the road? If it's not, they take action. Then you are responsible for issuing the mining license. You find Victor mining there. What do you do? Why should we have so many companies that are mining illegally in the country? Whereas you know that these people are not in the list of the licenses that you have issued as a department. So, or I don't know, what is your role? Or we just have to say, we as the department, we have the responsibility to do this and this and this and this. As to whether those things are being done by the department, it doesn't matter to you as the department, as long as you have a very, I don't know how to put it, a very fancy mandate that seems to be protecting the rights of our people. As to whether those things are done, the department doesn't care about that. So I'm asking this question: what do you do when the department, when the mining companies are not complying with their social and labor plan, and also when this in the situation where the illegal mining are taking place and you don't do anything? I don't want to, I won't disagree with the notion that it is the matter of the police. Police will never know whether this mine is licensed or not, but it's the mandate of the department that knows who is supposed to who is supposed to mine in that particular area. So I just want to understand what do you do?
My question is in respect of mining activities. How do you how do you ensure that the activities don't violate human rights when there is these violations? Are there measures that you put in place to ensure that there's preventative measures, corrective measures, and rehabilitative measures? And when you're answering this, please take into consideration the impact illegal mines have had in various communities in Limpopo. During the course of yesterday, there were a number of allegations that were placed at your department's door, primarily that there is an inability or an inaccessibility by the department in responding to community members' concerns. And in respect of, there was a report, and I think Mr. Tobejane highlighted that in respect of SLPs, they approached your office as part of the report process and asked your office to comment, and you did not participate in that process. So there is no good relationship with DMRE, your department, and other stakeholders, including government departments as well as universities. This was the theme yesterday, that the DMRE is very inaccessible to the people that need to use it. In respect of the consultation process that you've spoken about, perhaps let's talk about the manpower that you spoke about. You said there are 4 officials that are responsible for the 205 mines that are operating in the province. Do you think that your department does not have the necessary human capital to fully monitor mines? There was a statement by the LIDET that stated that they do provide guidance, and then again municipalities, or the one municipality also said that they do then speak to the they do speak to your department regarding mining activities. My question is, do you take into consideration guidance from these stakeholders? Lastly, when you do have your community outreach programs, when you are interacting with community members as well as traditional leaders, do you then ensure that they understand what the process of SLPs is, as well as that there is a difference between SLPs as well as human rights violations and how those interact? Perhaps, let's say, do you ensure that community members understand their rights and responsibilities in respect of mining communities? Let's also perhaps expand it that far and say the responsibilities in that regard. Lastly, we have had interactions about illegal mining. Can you comment on the nature of illegal minings in Limpopo and how they impact the formal mining industry in Limpopo, as well as steps that have been taken by yourselves to ensure that these mining activities are significantly reduced, but also the impact of illegal mines is that they're not regulated and therefore are primarily also responsible for violating human rights. How do we then ensure that we rehabilitate those areas that have been adversely affected by illegal mines? Thank you.
Thank you. The first question was that I was reading from the presentation into the law. There's a reason why we did that, because we first wanted everyone in the room to get an understanding of where we come from in terms of the law and what is guiding us. And then in our submission, we didn't only talk about the law, but we also spoke about the practicals of the law. For instance, I mentioned in terms of Section 93 orders or directives that we issue for non-compliance, the process that we follow should we detect non-compliance, the same way as Section 47, that should it come to a point where the violations are not being remedied, then we issue a Section 47 to cancel or suspend the mining rights. So it was not only about the law, but it was just assisting to explain how the law works and then where do everything in terms of compliance, penalties, and everything fits in. And then the question on the history of inequality, of course, we've got the history of inequality, and that's why I mentioned on the projects that we make sure that the projects, they identify their infrastructural project and poverty alleviation project, because we are alive to the fact that there is still inequality amongst our people. And also that duty is placed on the state and as the DMRE in this case, to make sure that we protect those rights of the communities. And there was an example of Lepalele that was made, that we must confirm that the projects in Marapong were not fully implemented. May I ask that we answer that question at the end? I'm going to ask the RM to start looking at the compliance that was done for that specific project. What is it that we did on that cycle that was not fully implemented? I'll come back to this question. And then, are the steps sufficient to ensure compliance? And then what has been the highest transgression and penalty? I've mentioned the transgressions and penalty that started with Section 28, 29, went to 93, and also Section 47, which would then lead to us suspending the rights or cancelling the mining rights. So that will be your highest transgression that will come out should those non-compliance not be remedied. It can come to a point where your social license to exist will be cancelled or withdrawn. And specific can be provided. What we presented is not what is happening in our communities, for example, in Mabela. Like I indicated, that when we receive complaints by the communities, it might be in any other form, we do go to the communities to conduct those inspections, to just find out and engage with them. We've done that on many occasions, where we get to the communities to understand what the issues are, and then start the process of the intervention between the communities and the mining company in question to make sure that the problem is resolved. Now, the Mapela community problems are one of those problems that we even went to
sorry
conduct.
to interject. I think perhaps when you're answering the questions that we asked, can you just give a specific answers because you're very general and very broad, so it makes it very difficult for us to interrelate what we've asked with what is happening in the province. So can you
Okay.
just be very specific in the answers that you're giving us? Thank you.
Okay. I was on the issue of the Mapela community, and I was saying the regional office is currently engaging on the specific complaint from the community. There was even the site visit and the workshop that was held with the community in Mapela to try to understand what the issues are, and the intervention measures from the department are ongoing on the issue of Mapela, to be specific, because this was the specific question that was raised. What do we do if we see mining companies that are not licensed, e.g. illegal mining? There's a process that we follow in terms of illegal mining, and it's not correct that it's SAPS only that is dealing with illegal mining. Obviously, SAP will not understand the kind of permits or rights that we issue as the department, and that's why we have a team that is working closely with SAPS. When we go for operation, when SAPS go on operation, we are part of the planning team with SAPS, and then we go there, we're in the forefront with SAPS, and then we are the ones who get to the area and ask the people that, do you have a permit or license? They'll show us whatever document, and we'll be able to evaluate that document and indicate to SAPS that this document is not a mining right, or it's not a
Through you,
mining
Chair.
license.
Can you, what you are saying, please understand the question. These illegal mining companies or illegal mining activities have been happening for a long time. The DMR is there, and they've seen these companies setting up that mining activities. What did you do? Because what if we are talking about when you are intervening, when these companies have been operating for years in these communities in Beggarsford, in the line of Beggarsford, they've been operating for many, many years. And the department have seen this happening. Our question is, what did you do? Not that the subs you have intervened in now recently when their mining equipment were confiscated and all those things. You have seen them. Those have been happening. The department have seen this happening. And also with regard to Mapela, yes, what you are saying is correct, but the presentation that we received was that the community of Mapela came to your offices and they were chased away, wanting to raise the issues, the challenges that they are facing. So when you say you have conducted workshop, we are not talking about workshop, but it's a fact that what we have observed as the Human Rights Commission, because this particular hearing is also based on what we receive from the community, our own observations, the complaints that we receive from the individual. We have equipped ourselves with that information. The human rights violation is still happening in Mapela and Beggarsford. So we want to know what your department have done. You might have done other intervention, or there is a legal framework for you to intervene, but here we are talking about what you have done to stop the violation in Mapela. We have mentioned the violation that at the beginning, and the community have also mentioned them. What did you do? We understand the legal framework, and we appreciate that you have shared that with us. It's very good, but we want to know what you have done. Maybe the regional office will be, the regional manager can intervene to tell us exactly what they've done, because our people, when we are talking right now, they are still suffering. And we can't say that we are effective. We can't say that the department have done its best or is doing what it's supposed to do. If our people are still suffering even today, if the people from Beggarsford, they are still having a situation where companies are mining at the doorstep with no space to do anything, but that is what our people are facing. So we are asking, what is that you have done as the department? If you have not done anything, you have to be honest and tell us that, no, we have not resolved these challenges. And what are the issues? What do we do?
Okay, thanks for the guidance. I'll leave the specifics of Mapela to the regional manager, but I want to go back to the issue of illegal mining. and say, it's not only now that we started with the intervention of illegal mining. Many of the people recall that illegal mining used to be rife in Bakersford years ago. And we came in, we intervened at that point. It doesn't start now. We've been working with the issues of illegal mining in Bakersford. And from where we're sitting in terms of our intervention measures, things have improved from where we are sitting in terms of illegal mining. And how we approach illegal mining is a criminal offense, and that's why we go together with SAPS, because it will not be possible for DMRE to go and accost the criminal syndicates alone, while we know that illegal mining is perpetuated by illegal immigrants in most of the time, because the police, when they arrest, they'll give the inventory to say half of the people are illegal foreigners.
Can
And
you
those
just,
are-
can I just interject you? How many cases you have opened as the department to SAPS regarding illegal mining? How many cases in Bakersford or in Mapela? Maybe the regional manager can answer. How many cases? Or if you are not the one who's supposed to open the case, did you give that to the mining companies to open those cases, or you have opened with SAPS, those cases with SAPS?
What happens is the DMRE together with SAPS will open the case when we go on site with the police. But the mining companies as well are free to open their own cases when we are not involved. But we do open cases with SAPS. But today I'm not able to tell you the number of cases that we've opened, because we've opened many cases. Information can be submitted later, because we do open cases with SAPS. We are in court as we speak on some of these cases with SAPS. So that has happened. And the reason why we're taking SAPS with is because we need to be alive that illegal mining is perpetuated by criminal syndicates. It will not be possible for ordinary officials like us that are not trained in policing, that don't have all those sophisticated arms and ammunition, just to go and talk to illegal miners while we know what is happening out there. So that's why we're going with SAPS, to make sure that, and the army also has helped. And we've seen a lot of improvements, especially in terms of the areas in Bakersford, in terms of illegal mining. And that's how we deal with illegal mining as a criminal offense. And that's our stance on illegal mining. And that's why we go there, we assist SAPS, and we open cases, and we follow up on those cases. Because the minute we found out that there is no permit or right that is issued, obviously or automatically it becomes an illegal operation. And will not leave an illegal operation to continue. But the problem that we've identified is that even if we go there and arrest them today, they come back in a week. So it's just a vicious cycle that we're going through with the police. And we're not gonna stop until we make sure that we eradicate illegal mining.
Thank you so much. Just in respect of the illegal mining, there was a question, and you don't have the answers to that. You're saying that you can give us that information. I think for me, it's very difficult to place a responsibility on the mining companies to open criminal cases, because they receive the licenses from the department. So they would assume, unless it is clear that everyone who's operating in this particular space has the necessary license. So my understanding is that you would know that in this community, we have Anglo operating here and it's given this type of right. I don't see how you said that you'd arrive at the premises, then interrogate them to ask you to give you the necessary licenses, but you would know that in this particular area, no mining operation needs to take place, or that there's only one license that's been issued. How do you then, and maybe it goes back to the issue, do you have the necessary human capital to assist you in efficiently monitoring these 205 mining operations?
Okay, to answer your question, once the right is issued, it is not necessarily the holder of the right that we expect to find on site. Either they can get a contractor to come and mine on their behalf. So if it's PTY Ltd, they can get a contractor to mine on their behalf. So it's not like when you go on site, you're expecting to find the company that you issued a right. All what you need to do is make sure that you get a copy of a right to make sure that the area is licensed. Some others are using contractors. So that is why we need to confirm. And that's why we ask them for a copy of that mining right or prospecting right that was supposedly issued by the department, if it was issued legitimately. And once that is done, that will then inform the next step to say what do we do, since we then determine that this operation is illegal. And we have open cases on areas where mining companies will, or areas where there's a holder. We have open cases where we were called, and then to say there's illegal mining happening within our area. We've gone there with open cases on areas, because mining, illegal mining is not only happening on areas that are not licensed, it's also happening within the existing mining right holders, and we've opened cases in those areas as well. And then on the question, how do we ensure that mining companies do not harm the communities? As and when we process applications, and I mentioned that we've got a whole lot of legislation governing the process of issuing rights, but I confine myself to the MPRD and SLP. But we do have the Mine Health Safety Act, and then that process is part of the process when we assess the applications for rights or permits. The Mine Health Safety Act kicks in, and the inspectors will then go and check if they're mining within a kilometer, 500 meters, or and we also have NEMA, the National Environmental Management Act, that we process all the.
Ma'am, you are giving us the best opinion or the best legislation. Can we confine ourselves? If you are talking about the 500 meters that you are talking about, we have this Ritarita Secondary School now in Mapila. The company is mining very close to that school. It's not even 500 meters. We want you to respond to that. Tell us what you do in the situation like that. You can give us that as an example. What are you doing about that? But because every time when the Anglo Platinum want to blast, our children have to be removed from the classroom to give the company an opportunity to blast. And your department is doing nothing. That has been happening for the past 5 years or 6 years. They are doing nothing. So what do you do? Yes, the 500 meters is written there in the papers. It does not benefit people from Mapila, from Skimin, who have their children being removed from the classroom every time when the mine want to blast. It does not help. We have that 500 meters that is written there. Go to the ground and check how the distance between the residential area and the place where the people, the mining companies are mining. So we want answers to that. You are not implementing the legislation. If you are saying you are talking about 500 meters, but when we go to the ground, it's less than 100 meters away from the school. So we want to know, what are you doing about the situation there? Those are the issues that we need to discuss to find out from the hearing. Because we can sit here and say the legislation, the constitution say this and that. If we don't do anything, we are not giving life to the constitution. If we are not doing that, we are not giving life to the relevant legislations. Please, can we focus on those issues? What did you do? You know, primary school, secondary school is an example. But we want to know what you have done. Are you engaging with the mine? What do you do? But you know that every time when the mine want to blast, learners will be taken out of the classroom, home. Please.
Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that specific question of the 500 meters and the 100 meters, because that is done in terms of the mine health safety act and our inspectors are not here, so that information can be made available later on the specifics. And I must apologize that I'm not answering on the specifics of those because I don't have it with me at the moment, but that can be made available.
We will then put on record that those, that information will be provided to the commission within 7 working days from today. Thank you.
Yes. And let me get clarity on the information that we'll need is the issue of that specific community where the mine is mining less than 100 meters from the communities. Okay.
As well as the criminal cases
Or
that
the
you spoke,
criminal
you spoke
cases,
about.
we'll ask those from SAPS.
Okay, can we get it? We understand the issue of mining closer to the residential area or the school. You'll provide us with the specific information. Please indicate the action that you have taken, the steps that you have taken to stop that. Then coming to the cases, I just want to let us just go straight to the point so that we can know the info. We can agree on the information that you'll submit. You are saying that you have opened, as the department, you have opened cases against the illegal mining companies or those people who are doing the illegal mining. You have opened the cases. Okay. Can you submit to us maybe
Case numbers?
case numbers
Yes.
and all those things?
Yes.
So when we look at the case, we'll find that you are the one who opened, the department is the one that opened those case numbers. Those cases. Is it?
Yes.
Professor. So we'll get the case numbers. In relation to the progress, obviously we'll request it from SAPS
Yes.
because they are the ones who should investigate this illegal. What we want to check here is that this mushrooming of the illegal mining are happening in front of us. Is the department taking responsibility and pass that to the other department? We know you can't investigate, you can't take part in the investigation, but when you report the case, SAPS must investigate to stop that. If they have to arrest, they must arrest without you because you have complained about these illegal activities. So we want to check who should be blamed who should take responsibility. Let me not use blame. Who should take responsibility between yourself and SAPS? If SAPS have received these cases maybe 10 years back and do nothing, then we must know that SAPS is the one that is letting us down. You have done your part. SAPS is letting us down. But if you have not reported, then you must take the responsibility there.
It's obviously in cases where we have not reported, but in cases where we have reported, there are cases that are underway.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we just have the final aspect of the answers? I'm seeing that we're cutting into the lunch hour and we have not yet we are very behind with our program. So let's just have that, the last answering, and then if you have any comments or remarks, then make those remarks, and then once you're done, we can just immediately excuse you from the podium. Thank you.
Okay. I just need guidance, so I don't have to comment on the questions, some of the questions that I did not get to respond.
Please respond to those questions.
Okay.
Yeah, then we can just quickly have, then we move on to lunch. Thank you.
There was an issue on the inaccessibility of the DMR offices when communities are coming to complain, and there was a specific one that the community came to the office and they were sent away. I was informed by the regional manager that there was a community that came and they were trying to explain the issue, and the regional office asked them to put down the complaint so that we are able to know what the complaint is about, so that tomorrow it doesn't be their word against ours. So that's what the regional offices asked them when they went to our office here in Polokwane, to say, we hear you, but at least if you can put it in writing so that we can then follow up on the matter that you have raised. and we are not in habit of chasing people away from the office. The other question, do we think that the department does not have enough capacity to monitor with 4 officials? I've mentioned that we've got 205 mines that we need to monitor compliance, not only with the SLP, but other compliance issues. And this case with the SLP, we've got 4 officials. And yes, indeed, that is not enough capacity to make sure that we visit all the 200, and it's 200 counting, because as and when there are other rights that are being granted, so the 205 will then be the moving target. And we do admit that we don't have enough capacity to conduct monitoring and enforcement of all the 205 mines. Do we take into account guidance from LIDET? The guidance from LIDET in terms of the law is we consult with other government departments that are supposed to comment, and the ROD or the inputs will come back to the office, and will then evaluate those if they are in line with the law. So it's not that we're not taking guidance from LIDET. Obviously, they are experts in their field, and when they give us guidance, we'll obviously look at that guidance and then implement within the confines of the law. How do we educate communities in our outreach programs? We educate them on everything that is happening in the department, from how to apply for rights, permits, how to lodge complaints, how the SRP works, how the environmental program, everything that has to do with the department, we educate them on those issues. And there was the question from the chair, which linked to the nature of illegal mining in Limpopo and steps taken. I think that I have indicated when I spoke about the issue of how we handle illegal mining, that we view that as a criminal act, and that's why we get in the law enforcement agencies to do their job, because we hand them over. In instances where people want guidance on how to apply, we've assisted many in terms of our small-scale mining program. We've assisted many who wants to come and apply and who wants to be legitimate. But then we separate the two, between those that wants to be within the confines of the law, they want to apply and get rights, and those that really are just ignoring the laws. And that's why we're dealing with them separately, so that there will be those two kinds of people. We do assist people who come to the office to know how to apply, and they don't have to go and conduct illegal mining. There was a question that I thought the regional manager will give specifics. I don't know if we still allowed to do that, or it's going to form part of the written submission, Chair.
That can form part of the written submissions. Thank you so much.
From my notes, those are the questions that I noted, unless if I missed something else. These are all the questions. Okay, there was an issue, I'm guided here on the rehabilitation. Mines, when we grant them right, they're expected to rehabilitate. It's a legislative requirement for them to rehabilitate. What they also do, they put up what we call financial provision for rehabilitation. Those monies are kept with the department should the company go under in terms of business rescue or liquidation. We take those funds and go and rehabilitate. But what happens in practice is we encourage mining companies to conduct concurrent rehabilitation as and when they mine and they rehabilitate, so that at the end of the closure of the mine, they don't have a huge liability. So they must rehabilitate, and then we hold them to account in terms of not rehabilitating. So we're keeping the funds for rehabilitation in the state coffers for, should they not rehabilitate, then the state will then take that money to go and rehabilitate. So rehabilitation is done by the mining companies. Okay, there's an issue of universities getting information from the department. We have a process in terms of applying for access to information. Any member of the public will apply in terms of that act for information, and information will be given to them in terms of that process when they need anything from the department.
Do you have any closing remarks? If you don't, can we then excuse you from the podium?
We don't have any closing remarks, Chair.
Thank you so much. You're duly excused.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, dear Marie. May I kindly check if I can, we can break for lunch, so that when we come back, we then go straight to Mogalakwena Platinum Mine, Chairperson.
Let's proceed by having lunch, and then can we just also just cut lunch a bit short and come back at 2 o'clock so that we can just start.
Thank you very much. You are invited for lunch. Are there meal cards like yesterday? Okay, they'll be received like you did yesterday. Please go for lunch and come back exactly at 2, and then we will continue with Mogalakwena Platinum Mine. Thank you so much.